The river inside which flowed of sin, the double cure. Save me from its guilt and power, not the labor of my hands can fulfill the Lord demands. Could my zeal no respite know? Could my tears forever flow? All could never sin erase, though must save and save by grace. Nothing in my hands I bring, simply to thy cross I cling. Naked come to thee for dress, helpless look to thee for grace. Fall I to the fountain fly, wash me, Savior, or I die. While I draw this fleeting breath, when my eyes shall close in death, when I soar to worlds unknown, see thee on the judgment throne. Rock of ages cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee. Thank you so much. Now I welcome Paul. Karibu Paul.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul. For the purpose of introduction, I'm also the head of ICT, Hand in Hand Eastern Africa. We are going to read from Proverbs 22, verses 3. And the Bible says that a prudent person foresees the danger ahead and takes precautions. The simpleton goes blindly on and suffers the consequences. So this word of God is telling us about preparing ourselves and being ready in everything that we are doing. And as entrepreneurs, we've been called here even to know what is it expected of us, how can I prepare myself. And the Bible is very clear that a wise man, a prudent man, will see danger and then they will take some measures. And one of them, for example, would be to hide themselves. That's what the Bible is saying. But then the simple, of course, the Bible doesn't want to use the other word, which is which one? Somebody is saying foolish. The Bible has not put that word, but it is so. Anaona danger ndio hii, and then they confront the danger. We saw that, I think, during COVID. People are told there is this kind of disease, which we are not sure about it. We are still, so take precautions. Wear a mask, and then you are like, no, sivai. Then you say, you are foolish, according to the condition and the context that is prevailing at the moment. So preparing ourselves is very important, and that is why we are here. I call upon us that we get to know how are we supposed to prepare for what is coming for us, and it will help to push even our enterprises way ahead. God himself, the Bible says from the book of Genesis, how he created the earth, and you can see how prepared he was from day 1, day 2, and even for his day to rest is written in the Bible, because he knows about preparedness. So I call upon us also to be ready. One time, I give this story. I went to Nyahururu Boys. So siku moja ikawa, there is a meeting, and the person who was coming there, alikuwa ni PC. Those days were the days of PC. Peter Rabur was coming as a PC, and he is born again. So when he came, and the hall was so full, parents were there. It was a parent day meeting. Pupils were there, full. So vile alikuja ikawa ni Saturday. We are some of us were doing cleaning, so I knew this meeting ni ya wazazi. So when he came as a guest, kasema tu acha tuende tusikize guest anasema aje. Sasa hizo tumefua mavazi yote, nimevaa t-shirt na hata nafikiria nilikuwa nimeivaa upside down, yeah, I've been inside out, and slippers hapo blue and red. Tukakaa huko na vijana huko nyuma, and guess what, I was the CU chair. So this PC says, by the way, do you have Christian Union here? Then everybody says, yes. Who is the chairperson, Christian Union? Then I was like, good Lord. Sasa watu, everybody is like, aha, ni wewe, songa huko mbele. So I was forced to come pale mbele, like actually in such a platform. Then he looked at me. And when I was there, he started asking me questions. And the first question he asked me was, who is the father of the church? In the Bible, there are some versions yenye unaona imeandikwa na black and others red. The one written in red, what do they mean to us? Kasema I was not prepared for that. And kama niliona siku mrefu, it was that one. Yes, I'm feeling okay. PC is here now. But it was tough for me. Simply because I had not done very simple things of preparation. Kuvaa vizuri, shule tulikuwa tunavaa tai na sweta mzuri. Nilikuwa na nguo safi kabisa, very nice. Sikuwa nimevaa. By that fact, I was not ready for that. So when you fail to prepare, there will come an opportunity right on your face, and then you're like, goodness Lord, how do I was not ready for that? How do I take? So when you fail to prepare, but you can't, you're late. An opportunity ndio hii imejileta, but simply because we are right on your face, we've not prepared ourselves, and then you're like, then we miss the opportunity. How do I embrace? And because we are wise, we are going to prepare this opportunity. Because of this big project that has come here, it is touching our lives. But you can't. You're touching our businesses. And there are people who will say, for sure, indeed, I was prepared. But simply because we are not ready, we've not prepared ourselves. I pray that none of us will miss the opportunity that is coming. And because we are wise, we are going to prepare ourselves. Because of the way I know project that has come here, a lot of people touching our lives, it is touching our businesses. But very few people will say, for sure, indeed, this stage I was prepared. So let's prepare more and further. I pray that none of us will miss the opportunity and God is coming with this project because you've been chosen. Father, in the name of Jesus, the way I know you get grateful this morning that a lot of people the Bible says that in you we move, but very few people in you we have reached being this stage that in you we have everything that we desire in this life. And Father, we want to thank you. We want to thank you, Lord, this morning and even for this meeting that we have here today. We commit, Father, in the name of Jesus, to the power of your grace. We are grateful this morning that Lord, we are going to discuss here. The Bible says that we pray we move, Lord, you give us insight. In you we have give us wisdom. And even knowledge in you we have everything that we desire. We thank you for the organization. We want to thank you. We want to thank you for this Lord you brought us. For this we know that you have here today our Ebenezer. We commit to our stakeholders and to the power some are together with us, some are not. Lord, we commit us here. We pray that even this day you give us go before us, you give us wisdom, every mountain, and even knowledge that comes from above. For this we pray. Thank you for the organization, hand in hand Eastern Africa. God bless you. For this Father, you brought us. We know that you are our Ebenezer. We thank you for our stakeholders. Some are together with us. Some.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you, Paul. Such an inspiring word. We must always be prepared. Today marks an important moment, not just for programs, but for entrepreneurs, communities, and enterprises whose future depend on our strengths. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Bire kickoff meeting hosted by Hand in Hand Eastern Africa. My name is Otayo, and I'll be the MC for today. We are honored to host entrepreneurs joining us physically. We have some coming from Nairobi, others from Machakos, and others from Kajiado. It's also a pleasure to welcome our colleagues and entrepreneurs joining us virtually from other counties, including our teams from Mombasa Hub and Nairobi Hub. Karibuni sana. Though we're in different locations, we're united by one purpose: building resilient enterprises and sustainable livelihoods. Now, I wish to take this juncture to welcome our project manager, Darius, to start us off with introductions and partnerships. Karibu sana, Darius. A round of applause as he comes, please.
Good morning. Hamjambo. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Watu wa TV. Asanteni sana, watu wa TV. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Darius, and I take this chance to welcome all of you to this occasion. It's exciting to see quite a number of us from different regions, actually from Murang'a, from Nairobi, from Kiambu, from Kajiado, and any other parts that we are coming from. I know even some of us in Kirinyaga from Kirinyaga that are joining us. Also, those that are joining us online, I want to welcome you to this occasion, and that you can always feel free to comment on the live stream. You can always feel free to reach out to our teams, and just in case you need any clarification, even if you're joining online, we'll be sure to reach out to you. Thank you so much. At this time, I want to do a round of introduction to quite a number of us that are joining us. We have our staff, or rather my colleagues from Hand in Hand Eastern Africa. We also have a number of partners that also are joining us, because hand in hand, we cannot achieve this mission on ourselves. We have to work with people. So we have partners from different organizations that are also joining us. I also understand that we also have a number of entrepreneurs from different regions. So allow me to kindly request my colleagues from Hand in Hand, so that when we see these faces coming to our businesses, you do not see them as strangers anymore. So with a lot of humility, please allow me to request colleagues from Hand in Hand to be upstanding for a short round of introductions. Please just say your name and what department you are in, so that our guests who are entrepreneurs can actually be able to see our faces. We can start from this side all the way, and then we can come to this other end. Asante. Eric, you can coordinate that side, and then we can have Carol on this side. Yes.
Good morning, team. Good morning once again. My name is Carol Weru. I'm the Enterprise Support Manager, and I'll be interacting with most of you most of the time, so you'll be seeing me more often in your business premises. Congratulations for making it to this program, and we are looking forward to a very productive journey throughout the year. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Florence Makena Inyingi. I'm the Access to Finance Manager at Hand in Hand Eastern Africa. I want to welcome all of you to Hand in Hand and Bire, and we look forward to working with you, holding your hands to progress your businesses from one level to another. Welcome all, and congratulations for making it this far.
Good morning, all. Good morning again. God is good, and all the time. So my name is Dickson Gikandi. I work as a monetary evaluation and learning manager at Hand in Hand Eastern Africa. And I take this opportunity to say congratulations for making up to this far. And we are willing to work together with you. Asante sana.
Asante.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Owinyi. I head Strategy and Resource Mobilization. It's a very great pleasure to see all of you. I think right now we're just seeing in numbers. Together with the partners, we are happy that we are starting a journey together. Thank you.
Good morning. Praise God. My name is Teresia Mbagathi. I'm a business analyst working with Hand in Hand Eastern Africa under the executive department, and I'm so happy to be here to meet all of you. I will support those who are supporting you in just ensuring the success of the project. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
My name is Joyce Rugaita. I support human resources and administration, and I'm very excited to meet the entrepreneurs today, and I know that you'll be on a journey that will propel you to greater heights. Asanteni sana and karibuni.
Thank you, Joyce.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jane Murage. I support financial inclusion, and nice meeting you. Thank you.
Hamjambo. Hamjambo wa Kenya. Sijasikia mtu akiongea Kiswahili. Salamu alaikum. Bwana asifiwe. Kwa majina ni Joyce Luvonga, nafanya na shirika la Hand in Hand na niko katika department ya monitoring and evaluation. Congratulations for making this far.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning once again.
Good morning.
My name is Anne Mushiri. I serve as a communication and partnerships officer for the Bire project. And I'm happy to see some familiar faces that we've already met in the field. Karibuni sana.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Joel Muindi, head office accountant, and once again say congratulations for making to this far. Karibuni sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Brian Otayo. I'm the accountant. Karibuni sana.
So good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Joash Onsare Nyakeriga, Enterprise Development Officer, Nairobi Hub. Welcome.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Once again, I'm Paul Kimani Njoroge. I'm the head of ICT and in Hand Eastern Africa. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Irene Boa is my name, executive assistant. I support the CEO, the board, and the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have, yes, we have a team there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Grace Wangeshi, Enterprise Development Officer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Caroline Mwongeli, Enterprise Development Officer, Nairobi Hub. Karibuni sana.
Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati.
Mungu ni mwema.
Majina ni Eric Wanjohi, Regional Enterprise Development Officer. Mimi ndio in charge of Nairobi, so mtakuwa mnaniona sana sana. Kwa watu wote wenye umesikia wakisema, nitakuwa nawatembelea kwa mara mingi sana, na karibuni sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
I don't know whether you're able to see me. I'm very short. You know, they normally say short guys sometimes very difficult to see them. My name is Charles Ungeso. I'm the Chief Programs Officer, Hand in Hand Eastern Africa. My CEO had traveled out of the country. I think he'll be there in the next 1 hour. So when he comes, he'll be in a position also to give his remarks.
Asante sana, Charles. Charles, did you say who you are? Okay. Charles is our head of programs. So karibu sana. So we also have a team in Kisumu. I know that joining us also we have a team in Mombasa, feel recognized, and you know that we are together. We also have a special team. Of course, I can't see them here, but I know they will be coming, who we call technical assistant. Of course, we have Dr. Edward. Daktari, please just introduce yourself. I know you'll have a chance to say something, but you can just introduce yourself.
Hello and good morning. Morning. I thought we had breakfast, didn't we? Good morning. So as you heard, my name is Edward Mungai. I work for a company called Impact Africa as the founder and the lead consultant. And I'm walking the journey with all of you on this Bire program. But we'll talk more. Asanteni. Thank you.
Asante sana, Daktari. Thank you so much. Impact Africa is here on the capacity of a technical assistant for our project. So, karibu sana, and we appreciate you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also welcome our partners from different organizations. And just in case I read your organization and you're here, please, I request that you get the opportunity to introduce yourself. And I will start with our hosts, the County Government of Nairobi. So if you are from the County Government of Nairobi, Mr. Julius and your colleagues, I take this chance to ask you to introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. Feel warm to be in Nairobi County. I know there are those people who are coming from other counties. Lakini leo hakuna mafuriko. We are safe. I'm Julius Karina, the director in charge of micro small enterprise development in the county of Nairobi. And we are here to also, our waziri was supposed to be here, Dr. Anastasia Nyarita. So I'll be here to actually be able to also talk more about what programs we are also articulating at the county for the benefit of the enterprises that are here. I'm here with my deputy. I think I'll allow him also to introduce. I know we'll have an opportunity to interact later in the day, and I'll be able to expound more on the programs that we have. Thank you.
Hamjamboni. Hamjambo.
Hatujambo.
Ni siku nyingine njema. Nifurahi kwa nafasi hii. Kwa sababu kila siku katika safari yetu ya maisha ni kukutana. Ukiniangalia leo, usione nafanana na mwenzangu, lakini ni vile itifaki iko. Itifaki zote zikizingatiwa. Kwa jina naitwa Ogega Gichana. Mimi ni naibu wake katika idara hiyo ya MSME Nairobi City County. Nashukuru.
Asante sana. Anyone else from the county? Thank you. So I also want to welcome our partner from Mr. Green. I know Mr. Green Africa. I know we have a representation from Mr. Green Africa. Karibu sana Benit. Someone can please hand over the mic. This is a representative of the private sector that we really work with the project. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Benit Odhiambo. I work for Mr. Green Africa as a project manager, Impact. Happy to be here. Looking forward to share and to learn from each other. Thank you so much.
Asante sana, Benit. Allow me to welcome also Kenya Commercial Bank, if there's a representative from KCB.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you, all of you, and we are here from KCB. My name is Simon Kioko, the branch manager at KCB Parklands branch, and we look forward to understand more of this project and how we can also partner together. Thank you so much. My colleague is going to join us in the next few hours, maybe 1 hour or so. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Do we have anyone from KEBS? I can't see hand, but probably still on the way. Anyone from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers? Still can't see that. MSEA, Micro Small Enterprise Association? Still can't see that. Anyone from Equity Bank? All right. Anyone from Kirdi? Yes. Sorry. Yes. Please hand over the mic. Yes, karibu sana. Yes.
Asante, and
Yes.
good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is George Mburu from Equity Bank in a department we call Food and Agriculture. And I'm happy to be here and to see all of you in this collaborative agenda. Thank you.
Asante sana, George. Karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Edith Kamau. I'm happy to be here. I'm back home. I have a history with Hand in Hand International. I'm staff number 003. I was staff number 003 in Hand International. I think I've only seen one face, and Albert, the CEO. Those
Yes.
are the only two faces I know. So I have a special place for Hand in Hand. That time we were HIHI. We were only 4. For the beginning, then Albert joined, then somebody has said hi this morning. I couldn't remember him. I worked for 1 year, 4 months, then I retired. So I work for Equity Group Foundation. I look after financial inclusion, women and vulnerable groups. I support Kenya, all the subsidiaries, Uganda, DRC, Rwanda, and South Sudan. Tanzania. So I'm happy to be here, and I have special place for development, and that's my background. So I'll give my colleague. Oh, we are different. Equity Bank is a commercial arm, engine. The foundation is social arm, and we have another third arm. So we are 10 companies in one. So that's why we're introducing ourselves differently.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gladys Muinde from Equity Bank, the commercial side. I champion capacity building and partnerships under Pamoja Banking. Humbled to be here.
Karibu sana, Gladys. Some of us we usually see on camera, but now we see physically. Karibu sana, and apologies. See how much we have grown as Hand in Hand. Yes. Please, someone hand over the mic to here now.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Ingrid Wekesa. I'm the Assistant Director for Technology Transfer and Extension Services at the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. Congratulations to all those who have qualified, and looking forward to working with Hand in Hand as we normally do. Thank you.
Asante sana. Karibu sana, Kirti, and we have worked closely, and we will continue to work closely. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether there is any partner that I am leaving behind, that I am forgetting. Just in case, you can maybe shoot your hand, and we will recognize you where you are. Asanteni sana. Now, allow me to recognize you wherever you are. All entrepreneurs, and maybe you can be upstanding so that we can see so that we can tell you congratulations once again. Do you know how many people applied for this opportunity? Actually, more than 1,000. But do you know how many qualified? Less than 250. So it's congratulations for you. And of course, there are those minimum, qualifications that we are looking for. And we found those in you. So I'll kindly request that all entrepreneurs from different regions in Nairobi, in Kiambu, from Moranga, from Kajiado, please let us be upstanding so that we can recognize you where you are. Yes, a better clap for them, a better clap for them. These are the people that are changing our country's economy, right? Yes, please be appreciated, and you may have your seat, and once again, congratulations. Now, at this time, I want to just welcome a few people that will be able to make a few remarks, opening remarks, just before we kick off with the main program. And I want to welcome Charles to do an opening remark. I know our CEO will be joining us in a moment. But Charles, please, karibu sana, and then I will be able to welcome Dr. Edward right from after Charles. Karibu sana. Appreciate me, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think it's a very good morning, and I can see the weather is not very bad, so I don't know why we are sad. I think some of us who have been in this journey, I can tell you, it was very rigorous, and I'm happy that I can see, our effort that went through this. So just like I did say, my name is Charles Ungeso. I'm the Chief Programs Officer, Hand in Hand, Eastern Africa. I know we could be having those who do not probably have a proper overview of Hand in Hand. We've been in existence for the first 15 years. And for those first 15 years, we've made tremendous effort in impacting people's lives through different programs across the country and Eastern Africa. One key thing about how this is just one of the programs that we run. We have different programs in different key thematic areas that touches each and everyone's lives in one way or the other. And I think when we did call for this, it was a very transformative journey in a way that we'll be able to see to what extent do SMEs really contribute to the Kenyan economy. And we've had different approaches through which we are able to achieve that objective. But the key thing with a program that is designed to cater for, SMEs is that they do have generic effect, but also multiplier effect. In that if we talk about just enterprises, thriving and having sustainable impact, but also creating multiplier effect in job creation, okay? And that is the only way we can achieve as much as an organization. And I'm happy because I told you, that tells you that hand in hand we never lie. I said here, in the next 1 hour, my CEO will be around, and I've seen him. So I'm very happy. So at least I did not say a lie. So at hand in hand, we strive to execute programs which are fully automated. I wanted to make that clear because I think those enterprises which did apply, you went through a very rigorous automated process. And that automated process is tight, waterproof, and non-discriminatory. So you've got to meet the criteria for you to be chosen. That is something that we are proud of. Number two, if you met the criteria, it's not just about reaching this point. What do we want to accomplish with the project? And then, once that is achieved, what do we foresee in the near future? We want to see sustainability, we want to see greater impact, and how that transforms the economy and the people that we serve in one way or the other. I did not really stand here to say much, and because I've seen my CEO, when my boss is around, always a timekeeper. So I told them in the next 1 hour, you'll be around, and I've just seen you, so I'm very happy.
Thank you, Charles, and good morning, everyone. Really sorry for not coming as I'd intended. I'd planned to be here by 9, but I had also looked at the slot, and I knew I would fit in somewhere. Pardon me, also I have a cold. We traveled and were rained on somewhere, but that is no excuse for me today. It's just again to appreciate that we are very honored to have all of you come and to spend time. And again, seeing some of our biggest partners who have been with us and now onboarding the many entrepreneurs, and knowing that entrepreneurship is at the heart of what we really do and what we know the future that will transform this country. Remember, we are on a road to somewhere, and that can only happen if we do what we do best, and that is working with entrepreneurs. As may have been introduced, I'm Albert, and hand in hand is so keen to ensure that we support entrepreneurs both with skills and even linkages. And the other bit is that we look at some of the constraints in the system, and we want also to address systemic issues that frustrate the thriving, the situation that, or the conditions that would make entrepreneurs to thrive. We are very grateful to the government of Sweden that funded this project, and that is in combination with Hand in Hand Sweden. Hand in Hand Sweden is one of our partner organizations, and we will be looking at working with you for the next 3 years. But one thing I picked early is that just like many other development partners, there is a frustration coming from funding development, which eventually does not demonstrate what Charles has described as, let's say, impact. And impact, if it's not demonstrated, ends up causing people to go over and over again. So we look like, we call it the broken gramophone, where you have to do something over and over again. I picked that like over 60 years, there has been a lot of development funding inflows. And countries, governments are changing, and they want to see moving from aid to even trade and development that is supporting entrepreneurship. So when you see your enterprise, see yourself as also somebody who will be connecting with somebody outside the countries and even in the external market. Because even if you're going to facilitate linkages, then they have also to have the potential even to cement what the development ingredients that countries are looking for. And so we are in one way or another addressing that frustration gap, and I think we should be able to help one another to do that. Another thing that we know we have picked is that Kenya has so many MSMEs, and we know that of the 7.4 million of them, so many of them are informal. Actually, they say 79% are not formalized. And therefore, formalization means that you'll be able to get fully licensed, you're registered, you're able to play in any formal market or setups, you're able to get your businesses attracted or attracting institutions that are looking for more formal institutions. It's even going for professional services where if you have 20, 30 employees, then you start thinking of how do you become compliant. You also, if you are doing food processing, then lab technology or investing in those. So there's certain things that will call even for standardization. And therefore, the transition from the informal to the formal will not only solidify the contribution of MSMEs, but also leave you with the ability to even reach other markets. Because if you look at outside the country, we have the people who want to export their products, they want to engage in other countries where the standards are very stringent. Because if you make just one mistake, they actually blacklist you. And therefore, we don't want to have those fallbacks. So intentionally strengthening our internal systems in the businesses and ensuring that we have standards. because one thing that we are also known for in this country is that there are so many things that we cut corners. So I believe that we'll not be people who will cut corners, but we'll raise the bar in terms of standards. It is not once or twice I've gone to people and they say, I went somewhere, I was given, when you buy sukuma wiki, and then somebody tells you that this bunch of sukuma wiki is for my family. And because you're a friend, I'll give to you. But that one is for commercial purposes. So that differentiation tells you that people have lost it in terms of not knowing that the standards must apply across board. And when you do the right thing, then all of us benefit because that multiplier effect is felt. And therefore, and finally, I would say naively, in this case of the sukuma wiki, who guarantees you that your child or your friend is going to is not going to buy the doubtful quality that you are sending to the market? Then for us, as I wanted to mention, is we'll be looking at impact, not just money. If you see yourself getting very successful, think of how many people you can employ so that also those people can in turn employ other people. Look at the things that matter in terms of not just money, we are looking at impact. And when we talk of impact, we also care for the environment. We also care about business being able to meet their obligations into the future and also developing people, not only in the short term, but also in the long run. And finally, as hand in hand, our big role is a facilitator. The person who succeeds is you, because for us, we do not have all the answers. In fact, we are calling and talking to people who are already converted. They are in the business of business. They're in the business of enterprise. So what do? We may come in as coaches. We may link you with mentors because mentors have succeeded. The coach will keep you tied to your plans and keep you accountable. But honestly, some of the many decisions that you'll make as an individual, as maybe that group of entrepreneurs, if you are a board, will be the ones that will determine. Because so our role is facilitative and a lot of facilitation. And therefore, we expect that your contribution to the business will be the ultimate winner for that business. Because once we are gone, or maybe if we stay longer or stay for a while, finally, who will be left with the business to run? It's you. And then the reputation of the business, again, depends on you. It does not actually depend on hand in hand. And you see the reputation of many businesses. I think all of us want a good name, we want good money, and we want that impact. Whereas even when we have made decisions today, they outlast us. And my take today is that we are meeting, I think, the best of the best, because the people who applied were by no means not qualified, but we take the best today from our own observation. So feel like you're in the right place, and we'll also learn from you, because as we facilitate, we also learn. And that is the nature and philosophy of our organization. We call ourselves a learning organization with a lot of culture of iteration. We make mistakes. Mistakes are okay, but we learn from them, which is, if you don't learn from the mistakes, that's when it's not okay. So we are in this together. God bless you, and I hope I've made my remarks just to say, karibu kwa hii program, and may God bless you, as I recognize also Impact Africa, who will be working with us. I know Kildi team, and I know there are so many other people whom we will be working with. I know some of you will be with KEBS and engaging at that level, and so many other even associations that will help each other to join, the banks that will link people with so that we address issues of finances and barriers, and all those. So all these players together, we want to appreciate, and of course, our funders who are not present in this room, but whom we represent ably. Above all, maybe the staff who are working with us in hand, it's good to recognize you, because this is your work, and some of them have worked day and night. So wherever you are, please just stand. I just want to recognize the hand-in-hand staff. Kindly, thank you. Yeah, and this is just a subset of the close to 300 staff that are working daily to help Kenyans thrive in entrepreneurship and in the creation of jobs and other enterprises. God bless you. Asante sana. So, I am assuming, Darius, you are the MC. That's the problem of coming in the middle. Yeah, you are very smart, man. Endelea hivyo.
Asante. Thank you. Leo ninakupiga kompe. Thank you so much, our CEO, Bwana Albert, and also for honoring the invitation to be part of this occasion. Allow me to, in just a minute, I want to ask Dr. Edward to say something. But just before I ask Edward to say something, allow me to introduce someone that just stepped in, Dr. Francis Mongela. Please introduce yourself, say who you are, and I know we have a number of businesses from the cooperatives. We have a number of cooperatives represented here. Dr. Hari, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mongela Mekwa. I am a PR and communications consultant, and I'm also a lecturer at the Cooperative University of Kenya. And I'm glad to be here. I was involved in the Bire project in designing the communications strategy for this project. And I'm glad that some of the recommendations that we made are gladly being implemented. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Cooperatives expert, of course, anything to do with the cooperative business models, we'll be sure to get in touch. At this time, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce a very great man that we have worked with I think from the beginning until now. Give it up for Dr. Edward Mungai. Karibu sana.
Yeah, Albert, I think you are very right. When I arrived here, the person who welcomed me here was Darius. The first thing I said to Darius, you are very smart. So I think Darius, today is your day, and indeed, together with hand-in-hand team, you have worked extremely hard to get here. But before, I get into this conversation, I think it is important I say a few words, at least a little bit about myself and Impact Africa, because the context is very important, okay? So, I've been working with entrepreneurs for the last 25 years. I'm sure there are people in this room who are entrepreneurs who are not born, when I started this journey of supporting enterprises. This journey, started at a place called KPMG in Eastern Africa, doing corporate finance and transaction services. Very shortly thereafter, after 7 years, it became very clear to me that I was telling people what they should do with their money, and oftentimes they were not doing what I was telling them. So I realized the best thing possible is to go and look for the money, so that I can be the one now giving the money. So this journey took me to a place called Copenhagen. When Albert was here, he said the money that is coming for this project is coming from Sweden primarily. Sweden is a neighbor of Denmark, and Denmark is where Copenhagen is. Again, was entrusted with a lot of money to support projects within the continent of Africa. And it's very important you underline that Denmark neighbors Sweden. Because what the Danish and the Swedes will expect from you is a lot. They give a lot, but at the same time, they also expect a lot from yourselves. Anyway, As history would have it, after a couple of years again, I felt that I had a calling to support small and medium enterprises, especially those that were dealing with renewable energy, agriculture, water management, commercial forestry, and waste. And I did that for about 10 years. Then after the 10 years, as history will have it, I thought, what about doing something for the continent of Africa? And that's how Impact Africa was born, a company that supports private sector development, support enterprises across the continent of Africa, in close to 27 countries now, designing programs, implementing programs for major donors and governments across Africa. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, also been involved in the Bire program to support the Bire program to be able to actualize the ambitions of Hand in Hand in Eastern Africa, but more importantly, for them to keep the promises that they have promised the donors. Yes, for Hand in Hand to receive the money, they made big promises. Those promises were backed by the hope that you in this room, you'll be able to fulfill those promises. It's right to say that a lot have been given to you or will be given to you, but also a lot will be expected from you. Now, why was I telling this story? Between Impact Africa, and the organization that I've worked in, I've been enabled to work with more than 4,000 enterprises. And the truth is that I know what makes a successful entrepreneur and what makes a failure entrepreneur. Mambo ni matano, sio matatu. Number one is the biggest question about the business model. And business model for me is very simple. Believe me, there are people in this room that are here to expect a grant. If you are here expecting a grant, is a total disaster. I promise you. Why? Because in any business, out of the 4,000 that I've seen, what matters is the amount of sales you can be able to make in your business. It doesn't matter whether Equity Bank will come, whether KCB will come, whether Hand in Hand will come. The fundamentals are that you must sell something. That is your biggest source of finance. Please take this to the bank. That the business model that I'm talking about here is a question of making sure that you're not billed for grants. One of the checks that you are checking is how many grants have you received in your life. If you have received a grant, maybe we will accept it. But if you have received 2 or 3, then honestly, I don't think you belong here because your business model is based on grants. We must base our business models on revenues of the things that we'll be able to sell. Please take this home. If you want to be successful, build a business that is reliant on your sales. If the sales, we will give grants, and I promise you, there are people who will get grants in this program. But that grant is to unlock the value that sits within that enterprise. It will come. As Impact Africa, we have worked with Hand in Hand to design an innovation grant. It's very clear that innovation grant is a matching fund. We only expect you to give us, or to give 30% of the investment. The rest will be catered for. But guess what? It's a rigorous process. And we must be convinced that you are the ones who requires that. So it is important that we take that to the bank. The second thing and very important. Today we are here It shows commitment. But I tell you, this is a journey of commitment. You as the founders, and I'm assuming that we are all the founders of these companies, we are expected to commit into our businesses. Yes, sometimes you have 3, 4 enterprises that you're running, but I really ask you that let's make sure that we commit to this 100%. And I tell you, a commit is a commit. Let's go all the way and commit as entrepreneurs, as founders, that we will make this happen. Why is this important? As I told you, we have made promises. Hand in hand, Eastern Africa have made promises. How many number of jobs they will create? How much more money you'll be able to get from the financial institutions? How we'll take care of the environment? How you'll take care of human rights and things like that. These are things we have made a promise. That promise can only be fulfilled if you are committed towards those things. If you are committed as founders to the impact and the difference that we can make to livelihoods, then we will be in the game. Point number 3, and very important, is that we must be vulnerable. We must be vulnerable. After this, I can tell you the next step is looking into your business inside out, where we will try and understand what are the gaps that are there. May it be gaps about finance, may it be about gap about business itself, may it be about gaps about yourself and how we can be able to support you to lead this business. All these are things that you want you to be vulnerable. Tell us what are your pains. And if you try to hide those pains, unfortunately, you will not be helped. The success goes to those who will be vulnerable, who will be honest and want to speak about the challenges they are facing, the challenges they can solve by themselves, and the challenges they cannot solve by themselves. That's why that organizational capacity assessment will become very critical. And it's a joint venture. Please don't look at hand in hand as an outsider. This is a joint venture that you are setting here to work together. So that vulnerability to be able to share the pains that you are going through, and we'll also be vulnerable. We will tell you when we can sort out it. You can sort out our problems, or rather your problems, because there will be instances where we cannot be able to sort your problems. But this program have BDS, Business Development Services, that will be able to support your business. We have the TA into it. There is mentorship that will be there. There is access to finance. All these are things that we must be able, to take the opportunity. But to take that opportunity, we must be free, and we must be able to tell our pains. Point number 4 is a conversation about the support mechanism. And this support mechanism is that you'll have outsider coming and trying to support you. See them as partners. And there will be different kind of people. If you have a product issue, we'll bring a product person. If you have finance issue, we'll have a finance. If you have a leadership problem, we'll also bring somebody who can then walk the journey with you. So the most important thing is that, let's look at these supporters as addition to our business. The last thing, and this is a request that I'm really asking you. From deep down, I know even people from Hand in Hand would request this. And we have seen it also as a success. That when we have challenges, please let us know those challenges. Let us not persecute or prosecute things on social media. Let us, you have business, you have, enterprise development officers, you have regional enterprise development officers, you have ourselves as the TA, you have, the leadership of Hand in Hand. If you have any challenges with any issue, please do not prosecute it in the social media. Let us have that conversation. And we see how together we can be able to solve that challenge. Because that way, is how then we can be able to solve this. One last thing. We are giving you the powers to dream. Yes, I said it. that if you think your turnover is going to be 30 million, please multiply that by 5 or by 10 and dream big. Because impossible means we are possible. And I think it is doable. With the support that you are getting on this program, it is up to you to dream and to be able to deliver this home. After those few remarks, I really want to congratulate you. You do not know the process that have gone through to identify yourselves. From 1,000, I think 300, all the way to 250 people visiting your businesses, it's rigorous. What I want to tell you about that rigorous process is that you are possible. Whatever that dream you have, it is possible we can achieve that dream together. So let us, friends, work together, and hopefully then we can be able to meet the promises that we have promised. But more importantly, remember who is the biggest beneficiary. The biggest beneficiary is yourself, because those impact, as we get those impact, you'll have grown your business. I want to wish you all the very best in this program. You will be able to see me together with my team. I don't know whether McKenna is here. Is McKenna already here? Yes, McKenna is there. So McKenna is one of the people that will be supporting, amongst others, that we will be supporting this program. So I look forward to the engagement, and I look forward to connecting you with finance. I look forward to connecting with technology. I look forward to connecting you with the right mentors who can be able to take your businesses to the next level. And all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edward. Nobody could have put it better than you have. Next, we will be having an update on the Bire program delivery. Allow me now to welcome our Enterprise Support Manager, Florence, to take us through it. Karibu, Florence. A round of applause, please. Sorry, Carol.
Good morning once again. You saw too low. Have you been scared? So thank you once again for coming. And we really appreciate your presence, and we also recognize the presence of our partners, our CEO, the TA, and all the invited guests. My name is Caro Wero, for those who are not there when we were introducing ourselves. And I'm the Enterprise Support Manager. I support, or rather coordinate on the support that we'll be giving you throughout this journey. We'll be working together, and I'm looking forward that we'll be able to have an impact into your businesses. So my work is very simple here, and actually, I think the CEO and Dr. Mugai had gone through my presentations, because it's like they've already preempted what I wanted to take us through. So my work has become so easy. We'll just be like revising on what is there. And today, I want us to get to, we have so many questions amongst ourselves, and those questions some of them, actually I think 80% of them, if I'm not wrong, have already been answered. And the few that have not been answered, I'm here to answer them. But in case you'll still have more that have not been answered, feel free to ask, but I request you wait until the end of the presentation, you jot down your question, and then we'll have a Q&A session where we'll address what has not been clear. And my presentation will take quite a bit of time, not as my predecessors were, so kindly walk with me. I don't want to lose anyone, so please be attentive. And in case something is not clear, you just raise your hand and I'll be able to repeat. So I just go direct to why we are here. We've invited you, but we also need to understand why we are here. And one of the things is we wanted to introduce formally what Hand in Hand is. That has already been done. So as I said, my work is pretty easy. Most of the things have been taken care of. We also want to take you through the program overview. We'll have a deep dive on what the program is all about, what is expected about you, what you expect from us, and how we'll move forward. And that also comes in with the objectives and the expectations from us and from you. This is a journey that you're walking together, and as we walk together, most of the work will be from you, not us, as we are there to support, but the work, as Dr. Mungai has said, is from you. So please be ready to work. And then we'll also look at the delivery areas. What are the delivery areas within our program, and what are your expectations? Hand in Hand, we've already known by now that we are in Kenya, we are registered NGO, and we support enterprises across the country, the whole country, and we're in presence in all the counties within the country. And our aim is to alleviate poverty. And how do we do it? By supporting enterprises. We support them so that we are able to move forward, to create jobs, to generate revenues that will improve our lives, our livelihoods, and improve our economy, as well as we take care of our environment. We know climate change is a very big problem, and that's something that we also conversant with, and we really ensure that all of that is also taken care of. And we have, apart from Bire, that is Building Inclusive and Resilient Enterprises, the program that you are in, we have other programs that we run across the country. And on those programs, we look at different thematic areas. Just to mention, we're in waste management, digitization. We all know that the world is going technical, and we need to ensure that we are also ready for the technical world. And we also look at the agroecology and climate resilience projects or other businesses, value chain development, the different value chain. We are open to all value chains that we support. We're also looking into the human rights and economic empowerment, because that is a key area that we also need to take care of if and advocacy. So let's look at the program summary. What is all about this Bire program? Here, I'm here to talk about Bire. On the other programs, we'll have, in case, I'm sure some of us have also benefited or rather have been into other programs. So in case of any question, hiyo itakuwa nyuma ya tent. But here, the main focus is on Bire. And what is our goal? We want to improve livelihoods. How do we do that? By supporting enterprises to have sustainable businesses. And we are targeting all enterprises in all value chains, in all sectors within the country. And we have two main groups that we are looking at. That is the foundation stage, where I'll say we are still crawling. We've not yet found our foot in the business world, and support with the formalization, commercialization, and later on, scale up. And then we have other category, which is in the growth stage. They've already taken off. So it's just about enabling them to accelerate their businesses and move into the next level. So from the support, what do you expect? The impact that you are looking at the end of the day, you want to see you people generating revenue. You want to create jobs for our youths, for our women, within our communities that we are living in. And for us to do that, at the moment, we'll be supporting 400 enterprises. That's our target. So far, we've already, Darius mentioned, we had over 1,000 applicants for this program, and we only managed to get 242. That's the ones that met the bare minimum. So you can imagine how competitive it is. And for these 400 enterprises, one of the impact we are looking into is to creating jobs. We want to create over 12,000 jobs from you people. So that means there's a lot of work to be done from all of us, as mentioned earlier. And so we are looking into development of our MSCs, that is enterprise development. We get into sustainability and align yourselves with the different sectors and different opportunities within your sectors so that you can be able to grow. We are looking into technologies as well and innovation so that we can improve our productivity and our competitiveness. As I mentioned, technology is key in our businesses. It doesn't matter what you're doing. The technology will drive your business. So if you're not ready to adopt into the technology world, then we'll be left out. Financing is something that we all feel like it's a big problem, or rather it's a big challenge for enterprises. But I'll tell you what, most of us don't even know what the problem our business is, the problems that we are facing in our businesses. We feel like our biggest challenge is finance, but it's not. And that's why we are here to walk with you through that journey, that you'll be able to know, to find out, apart from the finances, what else? Can this finance be gotten from what I'm doing, or do I have to wait for grants? Do I have to wait? Do I have to go looking for loans that are eating into my business? So, and that's where we talk about investor readiness, formalization of our businesses, making sure that we are formally registered, that you're operating within the law. If you are not operating within the law, basically we know it's a cat and mouse game, and that affects our productivity. And we don't work in a vacuum. We have the government agencies, we have the national government, we have the county governments. So in collaboration with them, we'll be able to look at the enabling environment that is on policies, advocacies. We get to know what is ailing us, what can be included in our policies so that we have favorable conditions that we can be able to work with. So let's get into the overview of the delivery pillars that we have within the program. And we have 5 key delivery pillars. I hope guys from behind can see, but if you can't, I'll still take you through the delivery pillars. If we grasp this, then we know what is all about Bire. And one of the delivery pillars that you're looking at is on the finance. So when you talk about the finance, we are not talking about giving you grants. We are not just here to give you grants. Yes, there will be for some of us that qualify, but beside that, how else can we assist you to access financing? So we have the internal and external. So we collaborate with other investors potential investors, with financial institutions that can also assist with the access for financing. So even as hand in hand, as we do the matching grants whereby you're expected to contribute something, it will not be enough for all of us. And even the ticket size will not be, for some of us, the ticket size will not be so much adequate. So that's why we are bringing in the external financials as well. And for that to happen, we'll also be going through the program of investor readiness, just making sure that you're ready for the investors. They don't just come to sweep your business, but they are coming there as partners to help you move forward. Apart from finance, and finance will just be, it will come later on in the program. So we are not starting off today and tomorrow start asking, when am I getting my grant? Kindly. You are told, if you're here for a grant, then you're in the wrong place. So let's relook at our footing. Then the other areas that are pillars that we have the advisory services, that the business advisory services. Here now we are talking about the business training. We'll take through the business training on finances, business management, operations, for those enterprises, especially that are in the acceleration. You need management with your HR policies, marketing, and all that. We'll be taking you through. And then this will not be like a classroom-based training. All the businesses have their unique features, unique needs. So it will be a one-on-one interaction. You've already been assigned enterprise development officers. I'm sure you know them, and if you don't, we'll ensure, but by the time you're done with this, you get to know who your enterprise officer is. They're the ones who will be walking through with you through the journey, identifying the key areas that you are ailing, where you can be supported. And beside the training, we also have the technical training. This is where we partner or collaborate with other government institutions, other partners, on other technical people who can assist, because we cannot be experts in everything. So if you need a technical support in your business, we'll be partnering with them, and I will be assigning or linking you to the different technical experts to assist you with the growth. And some of them, we're talking about product development. We have KIRDI that will be working hand in hand with. We have KEBS to support us with the product certification, and other extension officers in our counties, and all other, any technical assistance that you'll require, we'll have them. So be assured that it will be taken care of. Then from there, we're looking into creating an enabling environment in terms of policy support and advocacy. Here we work together with, in collaboration with the county government and the national government, and also work with you as entrepreneurs who will give us your pain points and let us know what is it that you'd want to be included in the policies that are being developed, so that we can create an enabling environment and see that we have sustainable businesses that are running. And also looking at the outreach and visibility, working with the different partners, events, conferences, different exhibitions that we'll be working through. So you'll see how we can support each one of us, so that we can also have that visibility. In the access to information, we are looking at the market intelligence. What is happening in the market? What data do we have? How can we link you with the different players within your region, within your sector, so that you can be able to have a competitive edge and also expand your reach within your business. The technology information, and we'll also have a digitized financial information database that will enable us to move forward. Finally, we're looking at the access to facilities. This is where we have insourced and outsourced facilities. Insourced, we are talking about, we have 3 major hubs within the country that is taking care of all of us. And that is Nairobi. For us who are here, we are basically at the Nairobi hub. Our office in Nairobi hub is at Safari Park View Estate, near Safari Park Hotel, around there. So these hubs have been designed in a way that we have shared spaces where maybe you need to have a business meeting and you don't have an office, or you've traveled from Machakos, from Kirinyaga, you found yourself in Nairobi, you are meeting a business partner, or you had a discussion around something within your business. We give you that space where you can come, sit down, have your business meeting, and close your deal, as long as you are part of the program. So it's open for the beneficiaries within the Bire program. And that also happens across other hubs as well. That is in Kisumu and Mombasa. That I will be looking at the outreach on how they access those ones. Then we also having trainings within those hubs, whereby a few of you, or rather if it's your enterprise and you have your employees that need to be taken through some training, we just come and host you there, take you through the training at no cost. So these hubs are ours for utilization. So with that, let's look at so with the business, this is what I was taking us through, so I don't think I need to repeat on the business advisory support areas, where now maybe what I can add into is on the enterprise diagnostic and growth plans. This is where now, once we start off, the work starts as after midday. We are kicking off completely, where now you'll be working closely with the enterprise development officers that have been assigned to you. So you'll be doing a diagnostic, having a one-on-one meeting. You'll not be calling you in such a setup to discuss about your business. It will be a one-on-one with your assigned officer to conduct a diagnostic of your business, to get to understand your business, internalize, check on the pain points, and see what are the key interventions that can be adopted to help you grow. And you'll also have coaching and hands-on support. We'll have mentors. For the mentors, these are technical experts. Besides the enterprise development officers, we'll have mentors who will be assigned to you who are experts in your different fields, who will also be walking through. So it's a journey that you'll be traveling. And as I mentioned earlier, it's work that you have to do, the two of us. So if you leave it to hand in hand only, then my friend, we will not go far. So we have to work together. On the business access to finance support, I talked about the investor readiness, the grants that we'll be giving to some of us, not everyone. So as you come into the program, the part for grant, it's not a must for everyone. So by the time you are finishing the program, if you've not been supported with a grant, don't feel like you've been left out, but there will be other facilities that are available for you. We also have loan guarantee and risk sharing facilitation, whereby we have a guarantee fund that's been set aside where we work with the bank. We have a fund that will be like a guarantee for you to be able to access the loan facility. Of course, it will be at a fee, or rather at an interest, which is affordable for us, for those who have outgrown the grant phase. So resort-based financing, all our financing will be resort-based. What do I mean by that? The funding will not be done one-off. It will be based on the milestones. So if you agreed we have 1, 2, 3 milestones that needs to be achieved, have you done so have you achieved the milestones that we've set for you to move from one level to another? So even if you are, you've been selected to get, or rather to be advanced for financial support, it will be milestone based. If you've not achieved set with for the first milestone for you to move to the next level, then you can be assured that you'll not access the funding. So you have to make sure that you achieve what has been agreed upon. Talked about the policy and advocacy support. Work hand in hand with, or rather in collaboration with the county government, with the national government, and also with yourselves, because it's you who is in business, it's you who knows where the shoe is paining most. So when we call upon you to assist us, or rather to give us insights on what you feel should be included or should be considered when the policies is being developed, then we'll need your input, and then together with the counties and the national government, we'll be able to create an enabling environment that will make sure that we have sustainable enterprises that move forward. There was the access to information and also access to facility support areas that we mentioned about the office working space, the hubs that we have in collaboration with other government institutions for product development. We have the likes of Gearbox, Kirdi, KEBS, and others that support us with that, area. So what are the program outcomes that we are looking at? As we said, much is given and much is expected. So as we support you, what are we getting in return? Or rather, what are we doing to improve our livelihoods? We want to create jobs, direct and indirect. So from you, as we move forward, make sure that by the time you are getting into the end of the program, at least you've empowered some other people, some other locals, some other communities within your sector, within your area. We'll also be leveraging on the financing from internal and external as well, and support over 400 businesses. We are looking into having 400 businesses supported within this program in phase 1 as we look forward to other areas. Who are the key areas or where are the key areas of partnership? We talked about the policy and advocacy. The county government, national governments, KEPSEA, chambers of commerce, and the like. We have the entrepreneurship support and pipeline development. We work with different agencies to support us to make sure that your businesses are compliant with the legal regulatory authorities, with the legal compliance, there's licensing and all that. Visibility, and finally, as you can see, access to finance is at the bottom there, meaning that is not the key. The key are other areas, but access to finance will come as a by the way, because as we walk through this journey, you realize that most of the time you thought that your problem was financing, but in the real sense, it's not financing. So that's why we are not paying so much attention on finance. That will come later on in the program. And we look at the client journey as we move forward so that you get to understand what we are talking about. But before we get into the client journey, our outreach, we are in the whole country. 3 hubs, that is Kisumu, taking care of the Western region, the Nyanza region, and part of the West Pokot, Barigo, the northern region. Then we have Mombasa Hub that will be taking care of the coast region and part of Garissa, Wajir, and Madeira. Then we have Nairobi Hub, now takes care of the, let's call it Mount Kenya region and parts of the Lower Eastern and Upper Eastern. So as you can see, our hubs are strategically located to ensure that everybody gets access and everybody is reached out. And if you are in the far areas where the hub are located, you are not very near, it doesn't mean that you'll be left out, as will be coming to your businesses. So don't feel like you'll be left out. Everybody is taken care of. And the functions of the hubs, as I said, one of them is we'll be implementing the program within the hubs. So we have those areas as learning spaces as well for you to come and learn, for you to come and use the shared workspace that we have to conduct your businesses, to conduct your meetings, and also to interact with the staff that are within. We'll have a platform for market and financial linkages. We are able to link you with different players in the sector, and also support with the policy and advocacy for the within our operations. We have two categories of the beneficiaries, that is the growth stage and the accelerators. So the growth stage, as I said, are those who are, you've not found your footing yet. You're still moving around, looking at where do I need to go? And they support for you. And also for the other growth stage, or rather the other who are in the accelerator, these are people who've already found their footing. You are generating revenues within your businesses. So you're looking at other supports like linkages, market linkages, and other support that will enable you to move forward. And we'll have a dual pathway for beneficiaries. We start with the foundation track, where now we are looking to benefit from mentorship, business advisory, and capacity building of the MSCs within that sector. And then those who are in the foundation track, some of them will graduate into the acceleration track. So for the acceleration, this is where now you've already taken off. You're already established, so you are just looking at strategic support to anchor you to move into the different levels. So we have those two different categories, and I'm sure we all know where we belong. We've already been, we sent letters of agreements with all of us, so you already know where you belong. And if you don't, our enterprise development officers will assist you, or rather will support you and to let you know where we belong. I don't need to go through that. Bire, the client journey. Now this is where we need to really pay attention on how the process will be, so that we get to understand how will we be moving from here. We started off the journey, that is last year around December, when we called for the call for application. And this journey has been ongoing. So we just made some baby steps, but from now we are taking off. The real work is starting. And the first journey was on the pre-onboarding. This is where we did the call for application. You guys applied, we did the screening, and those who qualified, we did due diligence. That was phone calls. All of us received numerous calls. There were also physical visits, just to make sure that whatever you've given us on paper, on phone, is what is actually on the ground. And that's why you are here, because you went through that process, and we managed to get through. Then from pre-onboarding, this is, we moved to the onboarding and diagnostic. So today, we are on the onboarding stage, where by now, after we I believe we've done the signing of the letters of agreement, and for us who have not, please ensure you've done it by end of the day. At least you'll have your answers, your questions answered, so that you have clarity of what you're expecting and what you're expecting from you. From there, we'll move on to the diagnostic now. This is now, we'll have a one-on-one with each and every person. We'll conduct a client need assessment to assess your business, to assess your ability, to assess your capacity, and to get to identify some of the key interventions that can enable you to move forward. Then after we are done with the diagnostic, now we'll be doing the structured business advisory and acceleration support for the accelerators and for the foundation. So the foundation will have a different set of support compared to those who are in the acceleration. And the support is tailor-made for each and every person. So whatever one person receives, it's not the same on the other. So we are working, we are ensuring that we get to, and that's why we'll be having the diagnostic, or rather we'll be conducting the client need assessment, just to get to understand what is it that you're doing, what is this all about your business, what are you doing, what are your pain points, how can we help you to solve these points, how can we help you to move to the next level. Then access to finance will come later on. After we've done the diagnostic, after we've done the capacity building, and we've done the business advisory part. So access to finance will be coming later on, and that's where we'll be having the investor readiness training and other support, especially with the external financiers, external investors, as well as from our internal resources that we have. Then along the journey, as we start off the structured business advisory, we'll also be having coaching and mentorship. This is where we'll be attached to a mentor who will hold you in your business. So these mentors are experts in different areas. So for example, if you're in waste management, you'll be attached to a mentor who is an expert in waste management to hold you and walk through the journey and offer now that technical support that you require. And this will move on throughout. As we start off the business advisory, it will run concurrently. So we'll have the business advisory going on. At the same time, we'll be having the coaching and mentorship going through. So if you receive a call, or you find a new face that you've not seen here, don't get worried. It's still part of our team that we'll be working with. And then after we've done all that, we'll be happy to exit you, but not to exit you to throw you into the weed. We'll be exiting you into an alumni program whereby now you'll still be working together, but you'll have minimal support from hand in hand, but still you'll be open to other opportunities, and we'll be communicating with you on what is happening and what can assist you. Across the journey, the journey that will be working with you, there's something that is key. We call monitoring and evaluation. This is an exercise that will be happening throughout, and we'll start off from tomorrow. So there will be something that we'll be having the monitoring and evaluation team make their presentation and take us deep dive into what is expected of us. So we'll also be expecting, and this is where we'll be taking data to get to know where we are, what is our progress, so that you're also able to measure if you are creating any impact with what you're doing, and if there are any areas that we are running behind that we need to improve on. So I believe our client journey is clear, and this is just an overview of what we expect, what I've taken you through. The pre-onboarding process for the foundation support, that we are done with. We are done with the pre-onboarding process, As I said, now we are on the first month. The next 3 months or so, we'll be doing the need assessment and know your customer documentation. So we'll also be requesting for documentation. And what I can assure you, all these documents that we request you, they'll be used solely for this, for the program. So you'll not be sharing them with that party. So feel free to share them. Don't feel like we are going to expose you. No, they are only for the purpose of this program. So kindly support us as well. Then from there, the business advisory takes over. And as I said, the mentorship will start off. As we start off the business advisory, we also kick off with the mentorship and the access to finance. And the journey for the acceleration is also similar to that, only that now in the acceleration, when it comes to the access to finance, we'll be looking at the financial modeling, take you through the pitch deck preparation and the other legal compliance that are required for you to be able to reach out, or rather to interact with other investors, potential investors, because we are not looking at investors as only the financial institutions. We'll also be having other investors on board. So you also need you to be ready and prepared to face them, to negotiate, and to make sure you maximize on this, on what you can get from them. They don't come to take over your business, but they come to support you to grow. I know we still have some question on the FAD, Innovation FAD architecture. So I'll just briefly take you through on what is expected for us who will manage to get into that level. The different instruments that we have at our financing architecture. We have the matching grant. That is, we co-invest to co-invest and de-risk. What happens is for the matching grant, you are expected, if you've already qualified for a grant, we will not be giving you 100% support of the financing that you're looking at. We'll support you with 70% and you contribute 30% of that. And for this financing, it's all, it will be for capital investments, not for working capital. So we'll be looking into asset purchase, capital investment. 70% from Hard in Hard, 30% from you entrepreneurs. So we also have the external financing facilitations that will be linking with other financiers, with other investors that can also support. Because the resources that we have, we would love to have everybody on board with the grants, but our finances are limited as well. So that's why we are bringing in other external financiers so that we can be able also to make sure that everybody gets to access the financing if it's a need or it's very necessary for our businesses. Then we have the loan guarantee or risk sharing, where we have a guarantee fund with our bank. So this fund acts like as a guarantee. We guarantee you for the support or for the loan that you'll be accessing from the bank. We have a fund that starts in as a guarantor, so you are able to access the funding without being asked for collateral for the full amount. At least you're able to cover part of it for you to access it. And what are the conditions for all these instruments? The financing, especially for the grant, will be a result-based financing, meaning that the financing will come in based on the milestones that we've agreed upon before. So if you don't do your part, you can be sure the financing will not come through. Even if you've been qualified and if you've been, you've managed to get, or rather to qualify for whatever amount, you'll not get the full amount. It will be dispersed in tranches. and the tranche that comes, the subsequent tranche comes after you've achieved the milestone that was set before, so that you can be able to move. So you need to be very key on that and make sure that you follow through. And also, that financing has to be used for the sole purpose of what it was for. So when you start bringing in the diversion of funds, you can be sure it will not go through. We'll just discontinue with that. On the innovation requirement, each investment has to show a clear innovation angle. So you don't just come give us a story, I'm innovating or I'm inventing blah, 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 and then you're like, oh, okay, that's a good idea, let's fund you. No, it has to be clear. We have to see what is it that you are looking into. And there is no entitlement to this financing. So don't feel entitled that you must get. No, it's not an entitlement. It will be based on the needs that have been identified and our qualification for that. And what are our ceilings for that, especially for the matching grants? The two categories, we have the foundation track and the acceleration track. For the foundation, the minimum will be 300,000 to a maximum of 1 million. As I said, some of our businesses need more than that, and that's why we also have we are working in collaboration with other investors, with other financial institutions, where you can be able to access bigger facilities if you need more than that. Then on the acceleration, it's slightly higher, with a minimum of 500,000 to a maximum of 1.5 million. And all that, you have to contribute 30% of the amount that you've qualified for. I think up to that point, I'll want to stop from there, and I'll invite my colleague to take you through the monitoring framework so that you also get to understand what it is that is expected when we come into the measuring of the impacts that you are creating. After that, we'll have a round of Q&A where we'll address your concerns. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll take you quickly through the monitoring bit. So I'm Dixon Gekandi, like I said, the monitoring, evaluation, and learning lead for this project. So you'll often see me and my team in the course of the implementation of the project. And I just wanted to have an overview of what we expect during this period. So for any project, we need to measure the results so that we'll be able now to see whether we are making progress or we are not making progress. So in this aspect, we'll conduct monitoring and also conduct evaluations, but we need to understand also the period that this will be done. So we'll start by conducting a baseline, just to get to understand where we are, what are the conditions of our enterprises, so that we can have a starting point. Where are we starting from? And then at the end of the project, by 2028, we'll also come back and do an end-line evaluation so that we are able to see, were we able to achieve the goals that were set, the outcomes that were set at that bit. So the baseline will be conducted, we'll start next week, where we'll have a tool that will be shared to you, I believe this Friday. So you'll be expected to fill a questionnaire that will be able to collect the information about your project. So this will need to know what is the pre-existing conditions of your enterprise. Also, do we have any gap that maybe that was not identified during the call for application and maybe the due diligence? So we'll be able to come up and see and identify, are there gaps, are there opportunities that we can be able to explore on? And also to have a reference that we started at this point. Maybe we'll see that at the beginning of the enterprise, maybe client A we'll have maybe a profit of around 1 million. So we'll need one to see by the end of the project as this profit really increased. So we'll also be doing regular visits to your enterprises where we'll be conducting monitoring exercise. So you'll be able to see me and my team on a quarterly basis just to come and visit your enterprise to assess the progress of the enterprise towards achieving the expected goals. Of course, when you'll be doing the capacity needs assessment, you'll also come up with a capacity development plan. So you'll be able to come back and see how we are progressing towards realizing what were the gaps and how they are being sorted out. And then to establish what is working well in the course of the implementation, and also what is not working well, because we are accountable to whatever that we do, and we need to see if there are things that are working well, we need to report on them, and also if there are negative things that are happening through the support of this project, we'll also want to get that information. So that, and also if there are any negative impacts, you know, for us to be accountable, we'll also want to empower the clients from any negative impacts that can come from our end. So we'll be able to gather this information, also to get your feedback on how satisfied you are with our services. So we'll also, this will be the purpose of monitoring. And then what will be the modalities that we are going to use is that we're going to develop a questionnaire. We have already done that. It's going to be shared to your email addresses where you'll be required to fill this information. And this one will only be filled by the owner, where we'll be able to get information about the owner or the founder, and then the business performance as at now, before we start the interventions. And then access to finance, access to technology, access to market, policy environment, etc., among other questions that will be there. So once the questionnaire has been sent out this Friday, we'll be expected to, or we request you to fill in the questionnaire by next week Friday, that is 5 working days, so that we'll be able to share that. And then in case you'll have any challenge during maybe filling of the questionnaire, we have the enterprise development officers who will be there to assist you. So how will monitoring be done? So this is how it will be done. So we'll be conducting interviews where we'll have on-site or physical enterprise visits. So we'll be able to see me and also my team to your business, just to come there and be able to have a talk with you. One-on-one client engagements. So occasionally we'll be able to have a talk with you or your manager directly, the person responsible in giving this information. Some other time we'll also request to have online interviews. This is where necessary. And then we request for the review of some documents just to be able to clarify the information that you are giving verbally. So what will be your responsibility here? So we need to work hand in hand. We need to join hands together in this journey so that we might be able to achieve the end goal and make the donor happy at the end of it all. So the monetary activities will be conducted every quarter. So you'll expect to see a monitoring personnel every quarter. And then you as the client will always be notified before the monitoring exercise. And then you'll be expected to avail yourself or your senior representative in those meetings. And then upon request, you should be able to at least present some relative documents just for verification. And we said we will operate within the ethical premises as required by us from the organization and also from the profession. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dixon. Another round of applause to Dixon and Carol. Thank you. Much has been spoken. It's up to us now to get to the ground and do the work. Right now, I'd like to take this juncture to ask us that we have some refreshments outside for our partners, just outside this door. You'll be served there. Then for the rest of us, there is an open area there where we'll also get our breakfast. Karibuni sana. I think we can give ourselves 30 minutes. It's heading to 11:15. I think we can convene back at 11:45, if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good morning. Is it still morning or now I think it's afternoon, eh? It's still morning. Okay. Yeah, maybe someone can assist me with the projection. Anne or Eric, someone can help me with the projection. I think the projector is off. So thank you again for joining us in this discussion. The goal of this panel discussion is to explore how partnerships, innovation, sustainability, and access to finance can support entrepreneurship and build strong and resilient enterprises. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have an exceptional panel of experts representing the private sector, academia, sustainability leadership, development practice, and even the finance sector. Allow me to start off to introduce a team of the panelists that we're having this morning. And the first person on stage, this is a CEO of Hand in Hand Eastern Africa, a member of Hand in Hand Global Network. Hand in Hand vision is to empower society with sustainable enterprises and jobs. Hand in Hand focuses on enterprise development for financially excluded population, aimed at enabling themselves out of poverty. Before joining Hand in Hand, Albert has extensively worked at the Cooperative Insurance Company of Kenya Limited and the Office of the President. Albert is a graduate from the Moi University with extensive knowledge in human resource and management for both profit and non-profit organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our CEO, Albert Wambogo. Karibu sana. Thank you so much. Mpigie makofi mpaka afike hapa tafadhali. Thank you. This is our first panelist. Bwana Wambogo. The second one, this is a big profile. He is the founder of Inspire Leadership, which focuses on unlocking people's potential, a published author, and one of the most influential leaders in personal growth and leadership in Africa. The Daily Nations recognized this man as the most influential and inspirational CEO of 2019. Edward was voted as a top 40 under 40 when he was 34 as a result of his exceptional impact as a leader in Africa. He is an Enthowa Fellow among the fellow African leaders who are fellow where he has been provided with a transformational experience as well as a lifetime engaging in a global network. Edward is a Danida Fellow, which aims at building leaders from the developing world to make the world a better place. Edward is a Scrum Master. As a certified Scrum Master, CSM, he helps Scrum teams in organizations perform their highest level and to do double the work at half time, and hence increasing their efficiencies. Edward is also a both 6-star marathon finisher, having completed all 6 major marathons in London, New York, Boston, Chicago, Berlin, and Tokyo. Edward, Unlocking Potential programs have reached and impacted more than 2,000 people and have had more than 100,000 views on his online sharing. He's created different courses in person and professional development aimed at higher performance and achievement, which are delivered through mentorship, coaching, events, and online courses. Having many years of experience, come vast knowledge on various things, thus Edward's passion to motivate others to reach their full potential and never give up even when the journey is tough. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. Edward Mungai. Tafadhali, mpaka awasili hapa, tumpatie makofi. 2019 Top 40 Under 40 CEO. Thank you so much. Number 3 on stage is a director of MSME development for Nairobi City County government, where he leads efforts to grow and develop micro, small, and medium enterprises across counties. He oversees policy alignment, capacity building initiatives, program delivery to unlock potential for Nairobi vibrant MSME sector. He brings over 11 years of experience as a senior cooperative auditor with deep expertise in governance, financial integrity, and compliance within cooperative movement. His work, grounded in strong analytical training and commitment to transparent corporate governance. He's a holder of Bachelor's of Arts Economics. Julius is Certified Public Accountant, CPA-K, and a member of ISPAC, as well as a certified ILO Start and Improve Your Business trainer. Mr. Karina also currently spearheads the Biashara Stimulus Program, a flagship county initiative aimed at stimulating local business growth, enhancing access to finance, and strengthening market linkage for entrepreneurs across Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on stage Mr. Julius Karina. Karibu sana. Number 3 on stage, she's a power lady who serves as a project manager and impact department at Mr. Green Africa. Karibu sana, our chief guest. Very much welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Number 4 on stage is a lady who is a program manager in the impact department at Mr. Green Africa, where she leads programs driving social and environmental sustainability. She has a Bachelor's of Commerce degree specialized in operational management. Benit's career at Mr. Green Africa has progressed from client service, executive in the sales department, to executive coordinator in the country CEO's office, before transitioning to her current role in the impact management. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome on stage Benit Odhiambo from Mr. Green Africa. Karibu sana, karibu sana. And now, we get to have a real representative of an entrepreneur, a kind of a business that we are working with in the Bire program. She's a founder and creative director of Vuguza Designs, a luxury fashion brand specializing in elegant, custom-made women clothing. Passionate about craftsmanship and details, she creates timeless pieces that empower women to express confidence and individuality. Through her work, Vuguza aims to inspire creativity, entrepreneurship, and excellence in fashion industry. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome on stage Vuguza Akimanya. Tumpigia makofi mpaka awasili hapa. Tuendelee kumpigia makofi. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have one more person who I am bringing on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, help me to bring on stage a person who has worked with Equity Bank for quite a long time as a relationship manager, Mr. George Boro. Help me welcome on stage Mr. George Boro. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Asante. Tumpigie makofi George mpaka afike hapa tafadhali. Please someone help me with more mics. Karibu sana. Yes. So, thank you for joining us in this panel discussion this morning. And allow me to, first of all, start off by asking all of us, from our experiences in different industries, as entrepreneurs, as leaders, as heads of departments, what do you see as the biggest opportunities for entrepreneurs in Kenya today? Probably we can start from Mr. George, and then we can go all the way to Mr. Albert.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Yeah, as the moderator has said, my name is George Mburu, working for Equity Bank in a department we call Food and Agriculture, making sure that we are food secure. Thank you for your question. I would say that having worked with agri-entrepreneurs, I would say by saying that we have so many opportunities in agriculture. I have to be selfish with my sector. And the reason why I would say so is that, one, with the rising population, and even us who are here, we have to eat every day, 3 times a day. And as such, then we need producers. We need those who will do value addition. We need those who will be in logistics. We need those that will also be in providing, offering market or ensuring that goods reach to the market. So I see a lot of opportunities in that. And again, looking at, again, leveraging on technology that is also supporting in improving efficiencies in businesses. I've also seen as in whichever business you're in, there is e-commerce that is actually, there is e-commerce where you've seen so many businesses using modern technologies to market their goods, their products, using social media platforms to make sales even without owning a shop. So for now, I would say there are so many opportunities. The only thing you need to do is to identify your target market, understand your customer, and provide what is relevant to the market. That again differentiates who you are with the others. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Probably, Vugutsa, you can talk from a perspective of a youth who has been in business, and especially in the art business, art and creative sector. What are some of the opportunities that exist for youth like you?
Thank you so much, Darius. As you said earlier, my name is Vugutsa Kimanya, the founder of Vugutsa Designs. As a youth, there are very many opportunities. To start with, digital platforms have made it easier for designers and entrepreneurs to reach customers beyond their immediate locations. You don't need to be closer to your clients. With the rising social media like TikTok, Instagram, you could be here in Nairobi with your business working from your house and get clients around Mombasa, Kisumu. So digital platforms have made it easier, and that's a good opportunity. Also in fashion and design, the sector that I'm in, we've experienced growth in Kenya. Kenya has experienced growth in appreciating locally made brands. Not the way Kitambo, you'll just be wearing a mutumba, you know you are supposed to go and get, but now people are tailor-making their outfits. They are proud of wearing Kenyan-made designs. So that is also an opportunity for us. Globally, we've also seen an interest in the African fashion and storytelling through design. So outsiders are loving our culture, and that is very good. And what else? So if entrepreneurs and designers focus on authenticity and quality, it's very easy for creatives to get into these markets and be able to turn your creative into a sustainable and a profitable business. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please go on.
So from my end, I think my name is Benit from Mr. Green Africa, and I think I would like to just introduce Mr. Green Africa for a second. Mr. Green Africa recycles plastic. So we work a lot, and we have pride in working with waste pickers. That is something we are so proud of. The impact of just buying our suppliers being the waste pickers, it's something that we are so proud of, and we speak about it in every platform. And I think some of the things that we really look, and some of the values we look into is fair trade, whereby we give good prices for the plastic that are brought. Remember, it's a lot in the informal market, so there's a disparity whereby the waste pickers may be paid very low prices for the plastic, but at Mr. Green Africa, we ensure fair pay. And then another thing is value addition, whereby this plastic is added value here in Kenya and sold first here in Kenya as we look into now exporting. Thank you for having me today. So for that question, I think I would look into data, there's an opportunity into innovation from a data angle, whereby you look at your data and taking advantage of data to innovate in terms of, I think I'll give an example. I think we were even discussing it with Darius early in the morning when I came in, and we have an aggregator, one of our aggregators, who from looking at his data, he realized that he's working a lot with women who bring waste to him. So what do you do? And looking at these women, you see they come with their children, they expose their children to maybe the dump sites. What do? You start this thing of opening a daycare, whereby now the children will remain there. What do? That means you are coming up with an innovation, something that solves a problem, whereby now the children that are supposed maybe to be exposed to the dump site very early in their lives have an opportunity to be in a safe space as their parents go to seek the plastic that now feeds them. So I'm looking into seeing an opportunity where people can use data into making decisions that solve real problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Benit. And just before we go to Mr. Julius, it's good that we tell the audience what we are really speaking about. And I know Mr. James could be in one of these audience. Mr. James from Kasarani Sasa, if you're here, you could maybe, yes, this is a man that we are talking about. Kasarani Sasa is a CBO that started with Hand in Hand as a self-help group. And today, it's a big CBO that is working with Mr. Green. And on top of that, they have set up a daycare. So these are some of the opportunities that exist even within the businesses that we are leading and we are supporting. So probably we can have some times to also interact and get to understand how the daycare works, the opportunities that lies with some of these businesses, also to get to see what potential our businesses have in terms of even creating opportunities for the other people that are disadvantaged in our societies. So Mr. Julius, back to you from the perspective of the county government. What opportunities lie there for entrepreneurs such as the ones that we are speaking to today?
Thank you. As introduced earlier, I'm Julius Karina. I'm the director in charge of micro small enterprise. This is really, I think, the only county that has established a department that is actually supporting the growth and development of micro small enterprises. If you look at all the close to 47 counties. But I want to pose a question, Darius. When I look at the room here, I didn't have a better view when I was down there. I don't see an old person, maybe the age of 50 and above and all that, as entrepreneurs. Is it a reflection of the demographic that we are having? Because I can see young people. I'm not saying it's a wrong thing, but actually I think it's a reflection of the demographic that the young people are now have embraced to do business, and they are very aggressive on the same thing. But on the question of the opportunities, I think I look at it from two perspectives. One thing is technology. The youth can be able to leverage on the technology to increase efficiencies in their businesses, whether you are farming, whether you are doing service industries, or maybe you are also doing a product. You can be able to increase efficiency and be able to have an advantage in terms of the pricing of your products. The second thing is the market access. I think currently the governments are opening up markets other than in the local market, in the regional market and international markets. And we are able now to take advantage of the African Free Trade Area that is opening up. There's a lot of bilateral agreements have been signed. And I think as government, it's us now to provide linkages to you guys for you to be able to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, and having a platform where you can actually be able to access them. I know the government has done a lot in terms of access to opportunities to supply in government facilities, government bodies through a gap. But I think there is still a gap, Darius, in terms of how do these people access a bilateral agreement that was signed with a certain country. How do they are able to access those opportunities and be able to actually be able to sell and trade with those other countries? I think that's a question that we're having, and it's an opportunity that the government has opened up and continue to open up for you guys to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Julius. We can hear from Dr. Edward, from your perspective as a sustainability expert and both as an entrepreneur as well.
Yeah, and I think I'll start by speaking as an entrepreneur. And yes, many things have been said about the opportunities that we see, but I think for me it goes back to the basics. It goes to that point of proactiveness and how we as Kenyans, and especially the people in this room, I don't want to call you Gen Zs, because my brother, the thing is that these people have taken care of themselves. At least I've spotted many people who are above 50 in this room. It's only that they have taken care of themselves. But the point is that I think there is this thing that is being said a lot by Gen Zs about kujituma. To be very honest, I see that as the biggest opportunity. If we are proactive, technology will come along with us. If we are proactive, finance will come. If we are proactive, market will come. So I think for me is to keep that spirit of proactiveness. Just to give you an example, just now when we went out for tea, somebody reached out to me and said, you know what, I have a problem in my business, and this is the issues that I'm dealing with. And quickly, I've managed to connect that person with Strathmore Dispute Resolution Center. What can you call that? First is the power of asking. Second is the proactiveness. And to be very honest, if there is a huge opportunity that sits in this room, is us first and foremost connecting with ourselves, as part of the 250, 240, but also going that one extra mile to commit to that which we are doing and ensuring that we do it in the right way. That way, friends, I think we can be able to make a difference. Oftentimes we are told we are going to Singapore, is it Singapore? Yeah? But even if we reach Canaan, even if we don't get to Singapore, we get to Canaan, it will be for those who will be proactive. It will be for those who can ask those who can ask. Because indeed, there is power in asking. And I think what I would encourage you, and the opportunity that I see, about 7 years ago, I stopped, where I used to work, good salary, good perks, but I decided, I want to start my own thing. Well, it's proactiveness, believing in myself, and that's how then that have come through. And this is the spirit that I want, to pass to you, and to say it's a matter of, believing in yourself, dreaming. Have we had a big, hairy, audacious goal? Something that will make you wake up at 3 a.m., sweating because of how that goal is big. That is what will deliver us. And I think that's where the opportunity sits. Of course, there are many opportunities that sits when you talk about sustainability, and I can be able, to reflect a little bit about on that. But the point that I want to drive home is that when we talk about sustainability, we talk about climate change, we talk about, things like, social issues, human rights. Let's not look at those things as a way of, making our donors happy, making others happy. Let's see first and foremost as a way of doing good as good business. And if that is the DNA, then we'll make a huge difference in our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. And to our CEO, probably you could speak this from a perspective of the global market. And I know you have traveled quite a lot, even recently, probably from the opportunities that exist, even in the global, when you look at it globally, the business, the market, the development industry. What opportunities do you see for entrepreneurs in Kenya?
I know it's to go the way you have proposed globally, but I would start home.
Okay.
Perhaps then go out. Firstly, we have our country, 58 million or so of us. These are people who are always like having something they need something every day. If you look at it, we are also told that those under 20 comprise 50% of the population. Those under 35 comprise 75% of the population. If you look at that, it's a whole market of people who are requiring this or that. Then look at connectivity. How are we connected? You don't need to go far to know that somebody needs something. Either on WhatsApp, our digital connectivity is actually working wonders. The time that many of us spend, I'm sure, even on the gadgets that we have, we're able to either get the credit or the data, the bandwidth. You're able to share images. You're able to go to sites around the world, something that would have taken you a lot of time. The other thing is that the world is also relying a lot on AI. Yes, like artificial intelligence. There are solutions that are out there for us to access. So you don't need to go very far to get a lot of the information that used to take a lot of time. You would actually maybe spend a lot of time in libraries. So you can actually get even references as to where you narrow down your search for opportunities that you are looking for. The other thing I would talk about is now, and perhaps out there also in that connectivity, we find there are people who are looking for something to invest in. Serious businesses to just so and maybe to just cite, last week I traveled with a few of the entrepreneurs from our program. We had actually selected just 3 of them, and we were going so that they could tell their story to the people who are helping us to fund. Fortunately, these are people who advise Fortune 500 companies, and we took opportunity to have these people speak. And at the end of the discussions, then they presented their businesses to a certain segment of these people, so that they were telling them what is their biggest challenge, and then they are saying what are they planning to do about it. And those people asked questions, and I felt at the end of it, the interest was so genuine in that room.
there are people interested in the success of people in the other parts of the world. And they were saying, now let's see, how do we invest in you? How do we invest in this idea? So if you already are in the business, I feel that you already have tackled a big part. And then the second part is the identifying where to go. So how well are you able to articulate that very quickly to those people who are out there? And there are many genuinely willing to invest, whether as angel investors in the space of impact, and it's maybe just a way of knowing how to go about it. Finally, you have asked about the world. For me, I see the crisis that we are in as an opportunity. From 2020, every year we struggle. And the struggle always asks a question: what can we do locally so that we also de-risk ourselves and our markets from relying on things that are coming from outside the country? We knew in 2020 that we have so much reliance on the Ukraine for things like sunflower oil. And then out of that, we had a discussion with one of our funders, and we said, why don't we also promote enterprises that are growing these things, and it thrives locally. And out of that, I know we have a number of people now who are producing that oil and selling it, and they are kept certified. Those are opportunities. Every crisis that happens in the world, and even now, I'm sure you are looking to the Middle East, there is an opportunity within that crisis. So for me, the opportunities are myriad. It's only that we also have to look, we have to get the insights, and then we also mine into the brain. Our brain is quite elastic. We can actually create a solution that nobody had within a very short time if we focus on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for also talking about mindset, because some of the times we see the problems but fail to see the opportunities within the problems. And it's a good thing that you're bringing it out, that we can actually see opportunities even in the midst of a crisis. But just one thing that you have spoken about is the issues to do with ideas. But now ideas are not just enough. There are skills and there's capacity that entrepreneurs must build for them to really position themselves at a place where they can be able to grab these opportunities. Maybe from your experiences, what are these critical entrepreneurial skills that one must be able to develop today for them to be able to develop, or rather to grow a sustainable business?
Okay, thank you, Darius. And there are so many things that we were saying could be a combination of what you need. But to be honest, Dr. Edward here has actually cracked it. The first thing is the initiative that comes from within the person. That any entrepreneur who does not wake up, not because they are guaranteed to see a client, but because they believe that what they are going to do tomorrow, today, will have a great impact on their tomorrow. So that's what we combine as people call it the grit, that staying power. Because again, you need to focus on a few things that must be done to solve the problem that you see. Because all problems are opportunities again. You flip them over, you see on the other side, there's an opportunity. And every day when I see, even on the road, I see somebody maybe do something and I say, this is an opportunity. Because there is a way you turn those things. So the first thing is how awake are you about you being a person in this world to solve a problem. And that problem maybe can be turned again into that business idea. So how quickly do you move from idea to the concept? Because there are people who are always criticizing. You can do it from the bed. So it's the easiest thing to do. I can actually say the roads are bad from bed. But when you wake up and say, I'm going to do something about it, then you have moved to the first step. And that's what one of the things about initiative that must come out. Number two is you have to be decisive. And decision means that you navigate between a lot of opportunities, because you can really get confused, because in a day you get even like 10. But how do you choose one? How do you zero in? So there must be some foregone opportunities. I think the economists will call them opportunity cost. Then number 3 is that means that you'll have to choose one, forego others, but then you laser focus on that. Because if you don't laser focus, then you don't gain even the experience then needed for you to win in that space. So then also during that, you also say, how do I want to dominate in this choice? Because honestly, you cannot be playing to become 3rd or 4th. It is always those who want to be first that will find themselves also moving forward, because that choice moves you forward. Then the other skills that you'll get, I am talking about now intrinsic skills. The others now you can get from outside. You don't know something about a product. I don't know about these processes. I don't know about this market. There are certain things that you obtain from other people. And those things have to be like now the business skills. You have to learn how to keep good records and have a plan for your business. If you don't have a plan, then you'll just again be too random again to have any effect. The laser focus is actually harnessed very well in a plan. Not too complicated plans. Just saying, I want to do this is how success will look like, and I'm going to pursue it, and these are the steps I will follow, and then that brings in the element, again, of consistency, which now is intrinsic. Yeah. You must be consistent every day, and as I said, the shopkeeper who opens a door is different from the one who says, I think yesterday there were no people, so most likely there will be no people. So you open the door in faith, and that is called consistent. They'll open until somebody comes. There are so many examples I could give, but I'm sure this for me are intrinsic and extrinsic skills that there are things that you must bring out, and there are things that you must go for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But just before you hand over the mic, I know hand in hand we have more than 20 projects that we are implementing. But the big question is, what role can a project like Bire, which we are speaking about today, play in ensuring that these businesses move from just, the training to building real resilience and, attaining the business growth that we are looking for?
To be honest, in my view, the success of the entrepreneur must be our focus. It is not about hand in hand, going there to parade what we did in terms of activities. If it is not success to the entrepreneur, then it is not success to us. So the process must begin with us working, the ideation from the business side, and then all forms of iteration where you're making a mistake, going back and fixing it, and even that coaching approach, for me that's where, that it must be centric to the entrepreneur-centric. And I think with that, then other things will follow. I don't know how to put it in any other way. Start with the entrepreneur in mind, then their bottom line becomes our bottom line. And their success, their profit, their sustainability becomes actually a fruit that will demonstrate that we have succeeded. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for always being people-centered. That's, I think, is one of the contributors to the successful projects. But I would just want to jump to Mr. Julius. Businesses must exist within a supportive ecosystem. They must work within a policy framework that supports the growth of the businesses. Maybe from your perspective, from the county government of Nairobi's perspective or your own, what changes do you think has to be made within the policy environment for our businesses to actually thrive further than they are today?
Thank you, Darius. I think the reason why we are here is because me and you, we have a job, and the majority of the panelists here. But that's a very small percentage. Majority of the population, they actually don't have that opportunity we are having right now. And it is us to use our opportunity where we are to support them, to give that an opportunity for them to either employ themselves or give an opportunity to another person. And I think it's all about policy. In the county, we have a program that we are having. Allow me just to shed some light on what we are doing. We have a Biashara stimulus program that is made to also support the micro and small enterprises. I can see KCB is here, is part of our partner, strategic financial partner we'll be implementing the program with. And the target group is existing businesses that have been there for the last 2 years. Across the web, you are not discriminating. It could be women, youth, and people living with disability. But along the program, you're also doing, we also have a capacity building partner who will be providing technical, practical business management skills to these businesses. First of all, to de-risk, to avoid the default rate. And that business, that's a program that actually is a flagship project by His Excellency the Governor. We are seen to launch it, but we'll be launching it soon to support the micro small enterprises. But from a policy perspective, there are those things that we have done, and the reason why we are here is because these businesses, majority of them that you told me, they will be Nairobi. The beneficiaries, most of them, and thank you, congratulations for those who are able to make it. And we are there to support them. And they will work around our environment, which is a bit difficult to them, and we are here to support them. The reason why this directorate was actually established is to support them to be able to comply. Currently, we have a unified business permit that allows you to be able to get as many compliance with many areas of licensing with a single license. Pretty earlier, before, it was a bit difficult to get a license. You had to walk to different areas of interest for you to get a license. And one of the key issues that I'm asking Darius, and I know like now we talk about formalization, and most of the businesses, even in Nairobi, 79% are still not formalized. They operate informally. What's the reason why? And we need to ask ourselves why. And I think one of the key issues that we have been having, even the formalization, the opportunity that we have in terms of a business registration, there are still some bottlenecks. I keep on asking, at this age, why do you have to pay to do a name search? At this age, why do you have to pay to do a name search for your business? And we have to ask ourselves these questions. Why do a micro enterprise that is already starting has to pay to register for a business name? These are the questions that we have now to ask, because we need to sensitize, we need to we need to sensitize this process so that businesses can formalize. Because once a business is not formalized, even accessing government services become very difficult. You cannot be able to acquire a license. You cannot be able maybe even to access a loan in a bank. So we have to sensitize this area of formalization. I think we have to change that, the issue of registration, of compliance in terms of registration of a business certificate. I think at some level we need to simplify it so that if a graduate leaves school, even before he leaves college, he should be able to register a business name if he already have a concrete business idea. I think we should not let them to graduate and then they start looking for a business idea. They should develop it from the time they are in the institutions, and they should be able to have a registered business so that immediately they come out, they are able to exploit and be able to provide an employment for themselves and for the others. Maybe the other policy issue that I feel we need to look at, I look at KEBS. I know most of us here, we are involved in value addition. And for you to get an approval for your product, I know it's a process. True or not? So we have KEBS. Yes, this it's a parastatal, it's supposed to generate its own revenue. But I think we have changed our perspective. Other than facilitating manufacturing, we are putting bottlenecks. And I think KEBS should be there to hold cottage industries to actually register their products for even free. There is no revenue, the revenue perspective of us generating revenue for the country when it comes to supportive policies where you want to support manufacturing. I think there is more, the social cost is high than the benefit that we can get from the revenue generated. And I think those are the things that we are also trying to entice and advocate for as county government, because those are not policies that we can be able to actually implement on our end, because they are for the national government. I think those are the few things that I can be able to say. But another key issue that I wanted, dynamics that I wanted to bring, Darius, which we have never asked ourselves. Even when I graduated myself as a graduate, the question that you need to ask yourself, were you ready to start a business when you graduated with a bachelor degree of commerce? Were you ready to start a business? Did you have the practical skills for you to start a business? That's a question. So where is the gap? So we need also to cure, at the time we are in that college, can we introduce practical business skills training as a common course? All cadre of professionals need to know about how to run their businesses, whether it's a service, whether it's an engineer, whether it's a doctor, whether it's an ICT person. I know back then when I used to be in college, I think 2003, we used to do some courses we call common courses. They called common courses. Communication is what? Why is it not possible for us to introduce these skills at the time these entrepreneurs are still at the college level? So is it an issue of us not knowing there is a problem? There is a problem. If you ask everyone here at the time, maybe you are finishing your school, and maybe you are doing a business in commerce and whatever, bachelor in commerce, 80% they are not ready to start a business. So you have to go through another training for you to be given skills to run a business. Why are we waiting until the end? Why don't we cure this issue at the time those people? I think those are the few things that I can talk about. For now, I'll be able to share more given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Julius, and of course, ready to engage in some of these policy dialogues. And one of the key things, as Carol was mentioning, is that also it will be good for even entrepreneurs to participate in this dialogue, in these discussions on policies, especially those that touch them. So, thank you so much. From an entrepreneur's perspective, this is for Ms. Vugutsa, having co-founded, or rather founded the Vugutsa Designs, a fashion design business. What do you think are the biggest challenges for you as an entrepreneur? And how would you inspire a youth like you who wants to maybe start or grow a business as such to be able to overcome those types of challenges?
As entrepreneurs, we are facing very many challenges. One of them being access to business support system. Most of us are doing, for lack of a better word, kienyeji business. You and Mama Mboga are the same. Your books cannot speak for themselves. If someone tells you, give me your books, you must be there to explain. You know this one? You must be there to explain. You cannot just, your books can't speak for yourself. So that's a challenge. We've not packaged ourselves we are not investor ready. Another thing also, entrepreneurs, especially designers, as I'm in the fashion industry, immediately from school, we don't learn everything from school. When you now get to the market, you realize there are very many things that you are required, not just the theory that you learned in school. As a matter of, like, you don't know about, you need to learn about pricing, you need to learn about packaging, you need to learn about branding, you need to learn about customer experience. There's also financial management. You can get money, you can get the grants, but what are you going to do with them? Do you know the details? Do you know the things you need to do? Or are you just doing the business because you want to pay your bills? Are you ready to scale? Are we ready to scale? Like when I started my business, I started it 2 years ago. I was working from my house with my one machine. And then I spoke about the digital platforms. I opened my Instagram page. I remember that time I had resigned from my 9 to 5. I was like, I don't want to do this 9 to 5. I don't like it. Let me start my own business from my house. Started making clothes, told my friends I make clothes. But as I went by 3 months in, I wanted to go back and beg for my old job back. I was like, it's either I die of hunger or I go back to my parents' house. And I just took a step back and remembered, I have the talent, I have the gift, but I've not yet packaged myself well for this. So I got a mentor, and he helped me go through this. And from there, as I started branding my business into that, I was able to move from my house, got a shop. Now, as we're speaking, I have a shop, I have 2 employees. I can be here, and my business is still running. I'm not worried, oh my God, hiyo biashara, hiyo customer atapata nguo yake kweli. I'm not a common fundi. Ukinipea oda yako, you're not worried, utashinda hapo. I'm asking you, did you ask me to make the shirt or ulileta kinyasa? So that is branding. We need to brand ourselves the business way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Vugutsa, for, I know I ambushed you because that was not a plan, but it was very important for us to hear from your perspective. What are these challenges? And it is very clear that capacity gap is a big thing. Most of us, sometimes in entrepreneurship, we focus on the money and forget that there has to be the capacity and skill that has to support. Someone says that we can give everyone $1 million in this house, but after 2 weeks or maybe after a month or so, some are still poor, others are millionaires, others are billionaires because of capacity and also because of the mindset. So thank you so much for sharing that. And now to Mr. Mboro. What are financial institutions looking for when they are supporting businesses? And maybe you can, I'm sorry I have to rush because of time, but just you can tell us in a snapshot, what are financial institutions, such as the one that you work for, Equity Bank, looking for when they are supporting businesses?
Okay. Thank you for that question. Allow me to just quickly look at some statistics here. And I'm happy to have entrepreneurs with me. When I look at the percentage of billionaires in the world, 75% are entrepreneurs, 15% are investors, 7% are sportsmen, 3% artists, 0% employees. So when I look at you, I'm staring at probably future billionaires. I wish this can be the beginning of the journey to become a billionaire. That said, with financial institutions, one thing I would want to say is that their key role is to do what you call financial intermediation, getting money from those who have and giving those who do not have. So it means in a coin that is going out, must be accounted for. So when then it comes to what a financial institution would then look for, one, they must be sure that whoever they are dealing with, the entrepreneur, will be able to pay back the money they've been given. So it will start with the entrepreneur. What kind of a person is he, whether a company or an individual? What is your character? Do you have a history of paying debts? When you look at your utility bills, do you pay on time? A financial institution will ask you for records. They will ask you for M-Pesa statements. They will ask you for your KPLC bills. Some of the things they are looking at is, do you pay your bills on time? When you look at CRB, credit reference bureaus, they will look at, have you borrowed before and paid on time? A CRB will always show, if you borrow, when did you pay? Did you delay? So anytime you have a delayed payment, you will have to explain. And probably to mention, if you borrow, don't pay, you appear on CRB, your record stays there for 7 years. So you will forever in the 7 years keep on explaining to any financial institution you visit. The other aspect is asking itself a very simple question. Is your business able to meet the financial obligation? That is, if you are lent out whatever amount, with your business sales, with your business expenses, is your business profitable? And there are two things here. There is an issue of profitability. Your business can be very profitable. You can make very, very, very huge sales, but you could be selling on credit. So you will lack what you call cash flow. For loan repayment, another key aspect is cash flow. Yeah, it's not just about the profits you show on your financials. It's also about the cash flow that you have, and you're able to meet your obligations as they fall due. Sometimes we engage accountants to prepare financial statements, but they do very nice sales, they do expenses, they show very good profits, but somewhere in the balance sheet and in cash flow statements, they fail to show availability of cash. The other aspect is where you will find that in your business, when a financial institution is financing you, it has to ask itself, what is your skill in the game? Do you have any investment in the business? Whether you are acquiring an asset, where you want to be supported to buy stock or any working capital needs, do you have any investment in it? Otherwise, if a financial institution comes, finances you, without considering your input, then it would be owning either the asset or owning the business, yet you're the one who is supposed to take care of your business. So you can decide to one day wake up and disappear. The other aspect is, of course, looking at what you want to do with the money. You've gone to a bank, you want to borrow, but you don't know what you want to do with the funds. No one would touch such kind of a proposal. You must really know what you want to do with the funds. It must be very, very, very clear, and you must show how that probably investment is profitable and is benefiting your business. And then there is also, of course, the aspect of collateral. I mean, asking itself that in worst case scenario, what would be the fallback position? Because as I said, a bank does not have any cash. It lends money that belongs to other investors. And as such, then the issue of fallback position comes in, and that is where you find hand in hand coming in strongly. And I saw in the presentation, there is somewhere they said they are coming in to support you as guarantors. What does that mean? That you don't have to own a property to access finance. There are so many institutions that are willing to support you the way you are, as long as you have a promising business, so that you're able to access funds without bothering about corruption. The only thing I would want to say is, as much as such an institution exists, when you borrow, the responsibility rests in you as the entrepreneur. And even in times of recovery, because I normally hear entrepreneurs say that A bank will send very good people during lending, but during recovery, they will send a different kind of a team. It's because you have to pay. So who will be visited, hand in hand, or you? It's you. So it's good to just know that as much as such an organization has a noble idea of supporting you, the responsibility lies in you, and you must make sure that you pay. If you are listed, it is you who is listed. There, allow me to just mention that even while doing that, it's also good we'd also look at what is your business strategy. Do you understand your business? So this again comes to the issue of record keeping. What kind of records do you keep? Are you able to explain how you make money? Are you able to explain how money comes in, how money moves out, and is it documented? So it is very critical, and in whichever form they are, as long as you're able to explain, and as long as that money is able to be tracked, it is very simple and very easy. So I think basically that is what I would say on the interest of time, but I know probably we would have more time to engage.
Sure. We'll have another forum, of course, to speak more. Time might not be enough, but of course, you are still overemphasizing on what Mr. Albert and also Dr. Ari has been speaking about, that, you know, it is not just money, but also the capacity to be able to manage that money. Maybe, Ms. Benit, how better can the private sector and businesses and development organizations collaborate for us to be able to create more job opportunities in Kenya?
Thank you for that question, and I'm going to try my best to fit into the big shoes of the private sector that have been given today. So I think if we look into it, collaboration is very important in just a business ecosystem. We need to collaborate, we need to work together. So, and for an ecosystem to be profitable or just to be able to be successful, we need a lot of working together here and there and building partnerships. So one of the things that is very important is partnership along maybe the value chain in terms of, I'd given maybe an example of Mr. Green Africa as someone from the private sector, working with the small business, small waste pickers that we have, working with the aggregators, working with suppliers who are independent and they may not want to be like maybe very closely monitored by Mr. Green Africa. Just being able to open up yourselves to be, to partner with people who are having the same focus as you and just supporting each other in the business ecosystem. Another thing that I think we can partner in is capacity building, ensuring that these businesses, the small, the entrepreneurs that are coming up have the correct skills that are required. I think it has been mentioned that having the correct skills so that people are able to, and the idea of having these skills just built before we get into the job market, before we leave the university, is very important, as been earlier stated. I think it's a good idea that we should just have a place whereby these skills are driven into us and given to us, or us being guided on them, so that by the time we are getting into, or we're getting into these businesses that we want to build, we have the technical skills required, we have the intrinsic skills as has been mentioned, we have this, the communication, all these other skills that may be needed for the businesses. And looking at the government side, I think also, as has been mentioned, the policies and having the correct infrastructure for the businesses so that we can have policies that support businesses. And I think we have gotten a very positive speaking in terms of maybe some of the things that we have noticed in the business, in maybe working or being entrepreneurs, that sometimes there are so many bottlenecks in what is required of us and the policies that are there. So just ensuring that the government ensures that we, private sector,
the entrepreneurs, everyone sits on a table and we can be able just to have consultations on how to run things, how things work, because everyone knows kwa ground wa vitu ni different, yeah? So if we have a place whereby everyone comes to an understanding and everyone gets it and everyone sees exactly what is happening, it's not theory, it's something that is documented and something that people have seen it work, it's easier to adopt. So having policies that are easy, having policies that make it easy for business people to adopt, and also just having the correct infrastructure. Like if I look at for example, the recycling sector that we are in, currently there is a lot of things that is different from the norm. So we have to really involve and ask, how do we handle this as recyclers? Because maybe this has not been done before. Maybe this is something that does not match what is there, what is in the books, what is written in the books. So just being agile enough to be able to make the policies and also the infrastructure just adopt to the new businesses that are coming.
Thank you so much. And also I think the opportunity also lies in even co-designing programs such as this, so that we can be able to provide that capacity to even more entrepreneurs and also be able to create more job opportunities. Just finally, I want to ask this to Dr. Edward. And you know that sustainability is increasingly becoming central as a factor of business growth and success. But some of us are asking, how can we integrate environmental sustainability and climate resilience and still be profitable? One of the key questions, even hand in hand, we have asked ourselves is, we have had projects like SERA, circular economy and regenerative agriculture. And the question is, can we still integrate circularity into our businesses and still ensure that we have profitable businesses?
Thank you, Darius, for that question. And I think the biggest challenge that we do have is the challenge of definition. You know, Darius just talked about sustainability, he talked about circularity. I think at one point he also talked about climate change. Hii ni kizungu mingi. Right? And I think that's where our challenge is. Because if we bring that, you know, conversation home by speaking about things that we know, we are all making products. Are these products safe for human consumption? How are we dealing with the waste that is coming from our processes? How are we dealing with issues of employee welfare? And are we really taking care of the employees, the people that are working with us? Do they have, you know, protective clothing? How are we dealing with issues of pollution? How are we dealing with water? And are we conserving water? Are we conserving energy? Are we employing kids, child labor? Are we taking care of human rights? I think that is what that Kizungu Mingi is all about. And it is important for us to ask ourselves whether by doing these things, are we becoming competitive as a business? And the answer is yes. Why? Because of 5 good reasons. Number 1, if we are making good products which are not harmful, definitely we'll see more customers. And therefore we'll have more revenues. So by doing this good, by making sure that we have the right products, we will increase our revenues. By conserving water, energy, by having our employees becoming more productive, because we have proper protection, you know, proper, you know, clothing, it's going to help us cut on costs. If we decide that small factory, that we are going to have a solar panel, well, it doesn't matter what Donald Trump says about climate change. The point is, we have saved our energy consumption from, you know, using 1,000 shillings to 700 shillings. Therefore, we can be able to cut our costs. Third thing is about risk management. Can we, by doing these things, avoid risks For instance, being closed down by the county or NEMA because you are polluting, right? Now that's about that waste and handling that waste. So we will be able to avoid some of the risks because of doing some of these good things. It's also a conversation around our reputation. If we are taking care of our employees, if we are taking care of our customers, if we are taking care of the environment, we'll be seen as a reputable company. And what does that mean? It attracts more customers, more partners to us. And finally, something I call social license to operate. Many of us are probably still doing things in our back, what is it called? In our back, at our houses. Now, if for instance you are raising cows next to your neighbors, for sure you will not have social license to operate if you are not taking care of the slurry. So by doing these things, we can also be able to get that social license to operate. And friends, with these 5 things that we will do, we will be able to increase our competitiveness. It doesn't matter, what others say. It makes sense to our business. And if it makes sense to our business, then it's the right thing to do. And by doing that right thing, as I said before, it will end up being doing good as a good business. Because we'll have more revenues, we'll reduce our costs, we'll manage the risk, we'll have reputation, and more importantly, we'll be able to have that social license to operate. And it is all calling for that. We take it to the basics, and we harvest the competitiveness it brings. Thank you.
It's the best. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to end this session here. And with a lot of respect, I ask us to pose for just one photo as we conclude this session. Asanteni sana. Please let's clap and appreciate our panelists for the good job that they have done. So we can just pose for one photo here, and then the photo man, where are they? Yes. Thank you so much. Let us appreciate them as they, just in case a question comes directly to any one of us, we will be sure to reach out to wherever you are. Asanteni sana. So thank you so much. And we are going to just pick a few questions, maybe from any of the presentations that have been done since morning until now. Just a few questions, 3 or 4 questions for us to be able to answer them. So I'll ask the MC to come and assist in picking the questions. Yeah, maybe anyone, even if it's online on YouTube, you can get us know what questions you have, and then we will be able to respond to them. Anyone? Any question, even from the panelists? We can recall them. They answer the question if you have one. Yes, we have one question there.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Mwangi. My company is called Outsprings. I'd like to appreciate the meeting and the panelists today. And it has touched me so much because last week I was seeking for finance. So I went to Equity Bank. I have the business, it's there, it has been running for about 5 years. So it was a business loan, and I can tell you, I just said I don't need to that. Thank you. Part of the struggles that we have, most of us here, is the access to finance. It's very, very difficult for, even if the bank is doing a lot of due diligence, sometimes it becomes so complicated to be able to get the funding that we need to be able to accelerate our business. My experience when I went to the bank, I was told, yeah, do you have any asset that you can give? I said, yes, I have a logbook, I have a title. Then I was told, on top of that, we'll come and see your house and check on your household items. So I was like, now how do you, I have a car which is worth more than $1 million. Then you tell me now you have to come and check on your household. So I said, it's a business loan, and now you want to invade on my privacy. So it is a bit discouraging, but we are looking forward to more engagement. But it's just a pointer that the bank are part of the inhibitors of growth in businesses, and we hope that it's a point that can change the narrative and make us be able to grow more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can have another question, and then maybe one more.
Yeah, my name is David Kemani from Hatima Processors. We are based at Thika. As a follow-up to his question, I think I have a similar experience, but I'm not going to talk about that. Mine is about the cost of compliance. As a business, you want to be compliant with the tax, with the issues of labor, with the issues of statutories, with the KEBS and NEMA and all that. And what we are fighting, and especially this is addressed to the county government officer, what we are fighting, instead of the government and the government bodies being facilitative, actually they impede on your journey to compliance. And I think if there is something that is needed for most of the businesses, is to be able to be enabled to be compliant, because when KEDS comes, it is threats. NEMA comes, threats. Labor officers come, threats. And yet you have tried as much as you can to formalize your business, and yet you find a lot of impediments along the way. I think as Bire, I think you have come up with a good program, and I think we need to be very purposeful in helping businesses with this issue of compliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can get just one more. Just one more. Okay, let's have that one as the last one. But probably if you have any question, any other question, you can write it, and then you can hand it over to the MC, and of course we'll be able to reach out, especially if it is program related.
Hello, how are you?
Fine,
My name
you.
is Otieno Ongaro. I'm from the Loom Crafts Limited, Ongata Rongai, Kajiado County. And I have 2 questions. As much as Nairobi County does not cover me, I would want to ask Mr. Karina from Nairobi County about how does the county ensure that they do not over-require from emerging businesses and weaponize the regulation systems against the businesses. And 2, for the same person, is can you also think about business-looking mechanism on how to decide which payment a business do, so that you do not milk a dying cow, and also you do not leave the flowing cow to go unmilked. Maybe something like a business performance license, so that you don't, for like, it is not a one suit fits all. Like if it is 4,000, it is 4,000 across, even when a business is dying, so that the county government or the government also works with the businesses in their journey. When they are down, you understand that they are down, and you cut a coat that fits them the same way. And maybe if there's a policy that can come out like that. The second thing is, I have a question to the CEO. which is, you talked about something that was interesting about everybody wants to be number one, and that is true. But that one also poses serious challenges for the MSMEs because the environment that we are in and the kind of businesses that we are doing, some people also do them. These people have good financial capability, they have energy, they have their syndicates, they have everything figured out. And we are going into that red ocean together. And you realize that you cannot outdo them, no matter how much you do. So, what is your suggestion what suggestion would you propose for the MSMEs on how to tackle that red ocean kind of competition so that they emerge as successful? What I have seen in my business is that sometimes we have tenders from big companies, but we are not as much. We don't have the muscles that those big companies want. So we have to wait for someone who has all the muscles to get that contract. Then we are subcontracted, and along the way, those people who have big monies, they will always want to pay less, which also make our workers also get lesser. And at the end of the day, you realize that we are stuck in a cycle. So what's your suggestion on how to go about that?
Yeah, thank you. I think we can pick those because of the time for now. And please allow me to pick the last one because I saw your hand first before him. But let's have you as the last person. And I haven't seen ladies ask questions. Maybe we can get one from one of the ladies.
Yeah, I'll make it quite brief in the interest of
please.
time.
Yes.
But I'll pick it up from a presentation that was done by Dr. Edward, and about the 5 key areas to observe for us to be successful.
Yeah.
The first one, I'll drop it because he said we don't expect grants, otherwise we'll fail. So that one I'll drop. But I wanted to focus on the business model and this specific to hand in hand, the sort of interventions you're going to do. Most of us here probably we have a direction on where we want to go. But the feedback that has come back even from the equity guy and those in the financing sector is that unless it's documented, it doesn't make sense. We have a lot of ideas. What is this that hand in hand is going to do to support in terms of how do we document these business models, if it's financials, those cash flows, so that as we start now, because also timelines are important, so that by the time we are graduating within those 3 years, you're able to mark those milestones. So one is that what interventions in terms of documenting and the timelines, how fast are you going to come through? Thank you.
Thank you so much. One question that is related to the bank, I'll ask maybe Mboro to comment in, Mr. Mboro, you can comment in a minute. And then Julius, I see today you're on fire. We will save you. You are my friend, we'll help. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And I'll start by probably apologizing for having a hard time with our team. But what I would say is sometimes, and not sometimes, it's actually always, the reason why you find banks wanting to visit you, both to your premise and to your home, is for a number of reasons. The first one, sometimes you don't have what you would call a tangible collateral. That is either a motor vehicle, land title deed, but the only thing you can use are your household items, your TV, your chair, your fridge. Unless a bank then visits and sees what you are pledging, they can't tell. And let us also know that there are 2 things here. There is something I would call information asymmetry. There is what you know. There is what I know. I can only believe on what I see, not what you bring to me. 2, you may have a collateral, yes, but the bank insists to visit you. Why? We normally say, before we lend to a client, they sing to our tune. After we lend to them, we sing their tune. Are we getting? So if before lending you're dancing mushungwa, for lack of a better song, before I finance you, you will sing my mushungwa, is it? You will do anything I tell you to provide. But after money changes hands to you, the song changes. It is me as a banker to sing what? Whichever song you want me to dance. That is where you find a borrower closing shop because they are unable to pay. And we look at the fallback position here. A shop is closed. I visited the shop. I don't know the home. The collateral you may have provided, a vehicle, may get vandalized. So not come across it on the road. For land, it may take me ages before I dispose. So, but when I know where you live, I will make sure before you wake up at 6, I'm there. And we will have a conversation. And most of us sometimes do not even want our families to know. So what you do, you resolve the issue before it gets there. But when you know no one knows where you live, bank itajipanga. So allow us sometimes, and again we normally say, if genuinely you know you are borrowing and you will pay, there is no harm in the bank visiting you. Actually, we even engage ourselves in social activities. You will have a wedding. As a relationship manager, I will visit you. You have a burial. Yes, let me tell you guys, when you are bereaved, it's part of life. As a good relationship manager, I will pay a visit to you to condole with you. I will stand with you. So, I mean, there are so many reasons as to why a bank would want to work with you. Otherwise, it's not punitive, but it depends again on how you look at it. But it is because at a point I know I will sing your tune. So allow us.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. George. There's a question, quite a number of questions about the issues around policy. I know, Mr. Julius, you have marked them. Maybe you or Naibu Director can also comment on the 2 questions.
Thank you. I think when I sat there, I was just trying to trigger that debate. And I think we need to look at things differently from now. One of the key issues that you're talking about is compliance. I heard you say maybe the levies are too high. Some of them, there are so many areas that you need to comply with. But remember, from the word go, devolution it's something that we voted for, Cindy. So we have 47 counties and 1 unitary government. Resources are constrained in the county. And sometimes, even where the county might want to reduce the cost of maybe a license, the kind of constraints that they have, they might not really be able to have that space. And that's why we are advocating as county governments, and you can hear all of them, they talk about it. We want more resources down. So functions that were being performed by the national government are yet to fully be resourced. So we really have to resource most of them using the internal revenue, and that's where there's a stretch in terms of the internal revenue. And I think that's why I said we need to look at some of the levies that we are charging, even both from the national and the county level. They should be facilitative. They should be an enabler. And they provide an enabling environment for business to thrive, whether it's a cottage industry or the normal industries. But they should not put a bottleneck. And that's why I talked about KEBS
I feel we need just to look at that, the whole thing of that revenue that we are getting from them, not all the levels, maybe at the micro level, the micro businesses. I think we need to look at what policy can we put to actually facilitate the growth of this cottage industry, ama micro enterprises. The same case we talked about the other levies about like name search. So I think we have to have a conservation, and I think we usually, as we sit in different stakeholders engagements, where the government is there, both the national and the county level, the county on its own, I think it has a bit of a limited fiscal space for them to look at those fees. But I think with constant, I think with the national government, the way it has continued responding by devolving more funds to the county, we'll have at least a fiscal space where we can now maybe see how do we facilitate startups. Do we actually waive them a whole year for, we waive the licenses for the startups. So we'll have at least a space where we can work with. But right now, it's very constrained. Unfortunately, we might not be able to have that opportunity, but I think there is a bright future in terms of the way the national government is continually devolving more funds. And I do believe moving forward, even in future, there will be more resources devolved to the county, and the county will have a fiscal space where they can also be able to actually lower some of the levies, and maybe even scrap them if they are acting as bottlenecks that are there. I think that's maybe I can say, I think I've answered, but I know there is a policy that also in place. It's called an own source revenue. I know the leadership of Dr. Irongo here. So there is a bill that has been, it has not been re-enacted, where now the levies are close county. Some of them, it's like double taxation. So some businesses, maybe like branding issues, you have to, if you're close to another county, you have to pay and all that. But I think that it's something that, a conservation that as entrepreneurs, we need to push, continually do advocacy for. We are aware as government, and I think the necessary policy is being actually developed. But I think also we also need that pressure from you as the key stakeholders, so that at least that one also can be finalized. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I give to our CEO to just comment on one of the questions, I want to answer the question from my friend in regards to what the Bire project is actually going to do. Without taking Dr. Edwards' words out of context, what we come in to expect as grants, without maybe changing the wording, is we need to look at it as investment, so that if in any case your business meets the minimum criteria to get the support in terms of funding, this is not just a grant. This is an investment. And what are some of the attributes of an investment is to get a return. And if you use this fund, just like a loan that you have borrowed from a bank and needs to be repaid, then it means that you can be able to get your business to another level, because you invest it wisely. You don't just use it because it's a grant that came in, but you're investing it with a plan to get a return out of that investment, assuming that this is a loan and you have to repay it back. So that is the picture that we have to look at anytime that we even get the opportunity to get this kind of support. And of course, the sustainability. In the morning when we were discussing with one of our entrepreneurs, Nyota Limited, Florence, we were saying that the best thing we can ever do, or rather the way we can achieve sustainability, is by ensuring that the best way to raise your finances is ensuring cash flow in your business. And how do you ensure cash flow? Is by ensuring that you increase your sales every day. And your sales, your source of money cannot always be grant, because grant is here today, but tomorrow it is never there. So how you really need to look at this is, how can you be able to double your sales? This year you have 40 million in terms of sales. How do you ensure that next year you have 80? How do you ensure that in 2028 you have 160 million in terms of revenue that is generated directly from your business? So the Bire is tailoring the kind of support depending on your capacity gaps, depending on your investment gaps, depending on the number of the things that we'll be assessing, even technical gaps. One of the key things that you'll notice is right after today, we will start engaging you. One, she mentioned about us collecting the baseline data to understand where are you as a business just before we start. But the other thing that we will be doing is we will be assessing your business capacity. And all capacities, we are not at the same level, all of us. The other thing we will also be assessing is, what are your investment gaps? And the other thing, and when I talk about investment gaps, it also means, are you ready for investment? So the other need for call, or rather the reason why we need to position ourselves at a place where we can actually, be investor ready. And being investor ready is quite a number of factors that has to be put together, and that is what we'll also be assessing. And the other thing is also in terms of your technical capacity, where we now bring even mentors who handhold you to tell you that, in terms of, checking your quality assurance, these are the things that you need to check. Probably because out of my experience in this industry, this and this is what I have learned. So those are some of the things that we'll be getting into right after today, to see how we can support you to build your technical expertise, how you can build your business scale, and number 3, how you can be able to bridge your investment gap. So it's tailored. I cannot give you maybe a direct answer that this is what we will do, but it depends on the gaps that we identify based on the assessment that we'll be doing to each enterprise. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we are almost coming to the end of the program. And allow me, with a lot of humility, to welcome one of our partners, Dr. Francis Mongela, who will then be able to introduce to us our chief guest. Karibu sana, Daktari. Thank you so much.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. Now, I'm a communications expert, and I'm told there's something in the business called the law of diminishing returns. Sindio? Stand up, everyone. Just stand up. Is it? Now, I want to teach you one song. One song. We all went to nursery school, right? The song goes, head, shoulder, knees, and toes, right? So I'm a very good soloist from my village. I'm the best, actually. So we go, head, shoulder, knees, and toes, knees, and toes, knees, and toes, head. Yeah. All right, just what you do, don't do what I'm doing, but look at me, right? Do what I say, not what I do, right? Let's go. Head, head. All right, how was it? So it is my pleasure to introduce one man in our midst who requires very little introduction. And this man is the former PS for the State Department of Transport. I'm going to read his bio. This man, Irongo Nyakera, CBS, is a distinguished figure whose career is a testament to leveraging world-class financial expertise for national impact. Beginning his journey on the Wall Street and in London at Citigroup Global Markets, he honed his skills in complex financial instruments, M&A, and structured finance, establishing a foundation of global financial acumen. He then brought this expertise to Africa, where he became a key player in the continent's capital markets. Leading the investment banking divisions of institutions like NIC Capital and Equity Group, he was instrumental in shaping the region's financial landscape. As the regional director for the Guarantee Core Group, he directly applied his strategic knowledge to de-risk and finance critical infrastructure projects across multiple countries. This deep foundation in finance uniquely prepared him for a career in public service. As one of Kenya's youngest principal secretaries, Irongo Nyakera guided teams to deliver on flagship national projects, including the Standard Gauge Railway SGR, and he later took on a pivotal leadership role as a chairman of institutions like KICC and KEMSA Group, spearheading institutional reform that restored public trusts and fostered operational efficiency. At Stanford University and Oxford University alumnus, Irongo's influence extends beyond professional roles. Recognized as one of the most influential persons of the African descent, MIPAD by the UN, his work through the Irongo Nyakera Foundation champions a social impact with focus on youth employment, food security, and education. He is a trusted advisor to global leaders and investors, a beacon of excellence whose career demonstrates how strategic vision and principled leadership can drive meaningful change. He is also one of the leading aspirants to become the governor of the city county of Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, Irongo Nyakera. Karibu sana, Bwana PS.
Asante sana, Daktari, and especially for that great introduction. And also, Daktari has done what has asked everyone to jump up and down, so I don't have to do it myself. I had planned to do it. So thank you for that. Just for introduction, before I start, I just wanted to know the sectors where most people are from. If I say the sector, maybe people can raise their hands so we see who is in which sector. Agriculture and agribusiness. Who's in agriculture and agribusiness? Wonderful. It's a big number. Hospitality and food. Hotels, restaurants, hospitality and food. Great. Education and training. We at KICD, I'm sure they are, yeah, great. ICT and technology. A few. Construction and real estate. Very few. That's usually the one with many people, but transport and logistics. Okay. Health and wellness. Finance. None in finance. Manufacturing. And the others, where are the others? Are they in consumer, environment? Gani ingine tumeacha? Yeah? Energy. Okay. Yeah, trade, both wholesale and retail. Okay, I think that was just broadly just trying to understand, but clearly, I think agriculture and agro-business seems to be the one carrying the bulk of the people, and rightly so, because I think agriculture, about 67% of the population of Kenya is employed either directly or indirectly through linkages in the agriculture sector. and currently agriculture contributes about 25% of GDP, though the intentions should always, under the Vision 2030 was for it to be at 42% of the GDP. So, of course, when we value add in agriculture, then it means that we create more jobs, we grow and expand the economy, and we stabilize our GDP and forex through import substitution. So to all those in that space, I'm also in that space in 1 or 2 or 3 of my companies, so excited to be part of it. Distinguished guests, representatives from Hand in Hand Eastern Africa, government officials, development partners, fellow entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude for the invitation to serve as guest speaker at this important occasion. The Building Inclusive and Resilient Enterprises program is not just another initiative. It is a statement of belief in the Kenyan entrepreneur. It is a commitment to growth, to dignity, and to the idea that the future of our country will be built not only in the government offices and boardrooms, but in small workshops, in farms, in shops, and enterprises across this nation. I commend Hand in Hand Eastern Africa for the courage and foresight to support hundreds of thousands of businesses, hundreds of businesses, and hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs across more than 40 counties, and to aim for the creation of thousands of jobs. That is not a small ambition. It is the kind of ambition that, over time, transforms economies and changes lives. Allow me to briefly introduce myself, even though Dr. Ari has done most of it, and explain why I stand before you today with a deep sense of responsibility. My journey has taken me through business, public service, and policy. I studied management science engineering at Stanford University in California, where I learned to think like an engineer when approaching business. That experience shaped how I look at problems. It taught me to break things down into components, to understand systems, to anticipate risk, and to design solutions that are not just clever, but durable. I later pursued my MBA at Oxford University in the UK, where I deepened my understanding of leadership, governance, and the structures that allow economies to either flourish or fail. But beyond these institutions, my most important education has come from the real world, from investing in businesses, from working with entrepreneurs, and from seeing firsthand what it takes to build, to lose, and to rebuild. To the entrepreneurs gathered here today, all of you, I want to begin by acknowledging something that is often overlooked. You have chosen one of the hardest paths in this country. It is easy for people to look at a successful business and assume that it began that way, that it grew smoothly, that success was inevitable. But those of us who have built or invested in businesses know the truth. Every business begins with uncertainty. Every business carries risk. Every business is built on sacrifices that very few people see. Behind every shop, every enterprise, every growing company, there's a story of a struggle, of persistence, of moments where giving up will have been easier than continuing. When we look at the numbers, the scale of both the opportunity and the challenge becomes clear. Kenya has around 7.4 million businesses, the registered ones. Across East Africa, there are well over 15 million enterprises. So Kenya is almost 50% of the business across all of East Africa. These numbers are powerful because they show that we are not short of initiative. We are not short of people willing to try. But they also reveal deeper challenges. More than 80% of these businesses operate at very small scale. They are micro enterprises. Less than 10% of these businesses end up being stable enterprises. Fewer than 1% of these businesses reach meaningful scale. In fact, about 30,000 businesses in Kenya reach revenues of $1 million. When we compare this to the United States, where there are about 36 million businesses, and that 3.5 million businesses have more than $1 million in annual revenue, then we begin to understand that the gap is not just about effort. It is about systems, about structures, about the environment. It is about what happens after the business is started. Let me speak to you from the perspective of an investor. I am an investor. Over the years, I have bought businesses, invested in them, worked to grow them, and in some cases, exited from some of the businesses that I have acquired. And through that process, I have learned something that may sound simple, but is deeply important. I do not invest in businesses. I invest in people. And on this, I remember very well, there's a time when there's this company called Helios that invested in Equity Bank. And I worked with them very closely when I was in London, and I sat with the partner called Babatunde Soyoye. I asked him, how did you end up investing in Equity Bank? He told me that I invest in the African entrepreneur. I invest in the individual. I invest in the person. So, when I sit across from an entrepreneur, I'm not just looking at their numbers or their product. I'm asking myself whether this person can withstand pressure, whether they can adapt when things don't go as planned, whether they can make difficult decisions when circumstances demand it. Because in businesses, things will go wrong. They always do. Markets will slide, costs will rise, customers will change, plans will fail. And in those moments, it is not about the idea that determines the outcome. It is about the person, the business person, yourself. One of the areas where this becomes most evident is in how entrepreneurs deal with debt. And of course, this is a critical moment when every Kenyan knows about debt. In Kenya, there is a deep understandable fear of borrowing. Many entrepreneurs avoid banks because they fear default. They fear auction. They fear losing everything that they have built and worked for. And from the comments and questions that have come around here, I've gotten the same feeling that people fear debt. And that fear is not imagined. That's the reality. Well, we have all seen businesses that have been taken away. We have all seen people who lose their assets after one bad turn in the market. But we must be careful not to allow fear to limit the possibility. Debt, when used properly, is a tool. It is what allows businesses to grow beyond what their current resources will permit. It is what enables expansion, investment, and opportunity. The problem is not debt itself. The problem is when debt is taken without understanding, without planning, and without discipline. Every major business you admire has used leverage at some point. The difference is that they understood their numbers, they planned for risk, and they built systems that could withstand pressure. I remember an entrepreneur who took a loan to expand at a time when everything seemed aligned for growth. Demand was strong, opportunities were clear, and the decision appeared very sound. But markets are not static. They change. Cash flows slowed down, obligations became hard to meet, and eventually the bank moved in. Assets were taken, and the business was effectively shut down. Many would have accepted that as the end of the story. But this individual chose a different path. They started again, this time smaller, more disciplined, more focused on fundamentals. They rebuilt relationships, regained trust, and slowly grew again. Today, they are back in business, stronger than before. That experience did not break them, but refined them. At the same time, we cannot talk about business in Kenya without talking about politics. I will not say the terms hapa. Tunazisemeanga huko nje. Kuna kwa serikali naweza kufungiwa pale nje. But we cannot talk about business without talking about politics. It is common to hear entrepreneurs say that they do not engage in politics, that they prefer to focus on their work. But the reality is that politics shapes the environment which your business operates in. Policy determines your taxes, your costs, your access to finance, and the stability of your operating environment. If policies are inconsistent, business suffer. If leadership does not prioritize the economic growth, entrepreneurs carry the burden. If entrepreneurs choose not to engage in politics, then decisions will still be made, but without their input. That is why it is important to vote wisely, to support leaders who understand enterprise, and to demand accountability. We must move from being passive observers of policy to active participants in shaping it. The success of businesses in this country depends not only on the effort of the entrepreneurs, but also on the seriousness of the environment in which they operate. Let me bring this closer to home in a very real way. Just last week, one of my businesses in Kisumu was attacked by goons. I don't know how many saw videos of the attack. How many saw? Thank you. Attacked by goons at 5 a.m. in the morning. This is a business that was not built overnight. It was built over time, with investment, with effort, and with risk. It represents not just capital, but years of hard work and commitment. But there are people who look at a business once it has become successful and assume that it simply appeared that way. They do not see the struggles that came before. They do not see the sacrifices. And so they believe it can be taken by force, that it can be disrupted or destroyed without consequence. Those people exist, and some of them are in government. That experience was a reminder of something we do not talk about enough. Entrepreneurs in this country take risks that go far beyond the financial. There is a market risk, there is policy risk, and there is even physical risk. And yet, despite all this, entrepreneurs continue to build. They continue to invest. They continue to build and create opportunities, not just for themselves, but for others. That is why I say that entrepreneurship is one of the most demanding and courageous paths for anyone to take. And for that, congratulations to all of you for that. When we look at the stories from around the world, we see that this pattern of struggle and resilience is universal. Colonel Sanders, the founder of KFC, lost everything in his 60s and faced rejection more than 1,000 times before his ideally finally took hold. Aliko Dangote began as a trader, building slowly, reinvesting consistently, and eventually taking bold steps into manufacturing that allowed him to scale across the continent. Here in Kenya, the late Chris Kirubi experienced financial collapse before rebuilding himself into one of the country's most successful businessmen. These stories are different in detail, but they share a common truth. Success is not built in a straight line. It is built through persistence, through learning, and through the willingness to rise and fall. Programs like the one we are launching today recognize this reality. They understand that entrepreneurs need more than capital. They need knowledge, networks, and support. They need an ecosystem that allows them to move from survival to sustainability, and from sustainability to growth. They need partners who believe in them and are willing to walk with them across the entire journey. As I conclude, let me leave you with a few reflections. Do not allow fear of debt to limit your ambition. And as I was growing and engaging with a lot of wazes, they used to tell me, yeah, in Kikuyu, etogagionishiene means you get rich using other people's money. You don't get rich using your money. Your money is limited, however much it is. But debt allows leverage, and leverage is the one that pushes growth. And I'm sure for the people in finance understand capital structure of businesses and how you need to have both debt and equity for you to be able to lift your business. So do not allow fear of debt to limit your ambition. Learn how to use it wisely and responsibly. Do not distance yourselves from politics. Engage with it and help shape the environment in which your business operates. Do not be discouraged by failure. Learn from it and use it to grow stronger. There is a saying that however many times you fall, what matters is how many times you rise. You fall 7 times, you rise 8 times. Entrepreneurship demands that you rise again and again, even when the odds are against you. It demands resilience, discipline, and courage. The future of Kenya will not be built by those who wait for perfect conditions. It will be built by those who take risks, who persist through difficulty, and who continue to build even when the path is uncertain. I encourage you to keep going, to keep building, and to keep believing in what you're doing. Because in the end, it is entrepreneurs like yourself who will shape the future of this country. Asanteni sana.
Let us appreciate Bwana Nyakera once more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. We really appreciate the fact that you have honored our invite, and thank you so much for the advice. I hope that we are encouraged, and I hope that we have also gotten more knowledge, right? Is that so? Yes, thank you so much. So at this time, I think we are coming to the end of this program. But just before that, I just want to appreciate a few of ourselves. And I want to appreciate people by a small token, a small gift that we have for them. And so I want to welcome Catherine, who will gift to us Dr. Edward Catherine will be gifting Dr. Edward. So Dr. Edward, you can come on this other side as Catherine comes on this other side. Karibu sana. Please. As Catherine prepares ourselves, yes, you can pause here for a photo. Where are the photo people? Yes, please come here so that you can take many photos. Also, Joyce, you can be preparing yourself. Joyce Rogaita, is she still around? Yes. Joyce will be gifting Julius. Joyce will be gifting Mr. Julius. Karibu sana, Joyce. Joyce is our head of HR. Karibu sana, Napole. Thank you. Jane, also you can prepare yourself. You have someone to gift here. Jane Morage. Yes. Thank you so much. You can pose for a photo. Thank you, thank you. So we have Jane. Jane is gifting Vugutsa. Vugutsa karibu sana, Akimanya, and Jane Morage. And then we have Paul coming also to gift someone. Karibu sana, Jane. Thank you so much, Vugutsa. And continue the good work, continue the good work. By the way, you can visit Vugutsa on her TikTok page. It's amazing, I can promise you. Paul will be gifting Benit. Paul will be gifting Benit. Benit, karibu sana. Thank you, Benit, for the good job. And also whatever you are doing at Mr. Green Africa. We really appreciate the partnership. Thank you so much. You can pose for a photo. Finally, we have Irene. Irene will also be gifting Mr. Mboro. Irene, karibu. Mr. Mboro George, karibu also, so that you can receive your gift. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Irene, thank you. Thank you, George, also for the good job you're doing at Equity Bank and all the other partners that we are working with. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ask Mr. Albert to come and gift our chief guest and also do our closing remark and close the meeting for us. Karibu sana, Albert. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I know it's 2 and we could be low on energy, but I also realized, and somebody told me that we did too much tea. I don't know whether to agree, but I believe this time we are ready for something else. Mine is to sincerely appreciate all of you. One, for taking time, and for me, those who applied, they did the best. Yeah, there was the question of how many people applied and why some of them were looking young. I know for sure there is the issue of inclusion. If there is, I would say, collaboration between the generations, maybe you would have seen older faces here. And some of them, because they are holding resources, you know that, they have not passed them on. So some people are very busy looking for opportunities, while others are busy holding on. So we need, again, to work closely so that we don't have people with a lot of resources and others with a lot of potential not coming together. We do appreciate particularly our partners who turned up and have been working with us. We sign MOUs, but MOUs don't mean much unless they are honored and followed through. So those MOUs matter so much to us. Just like, again, we said about people, you have a vision, you have a business, but if you make your plans and don't follow them, then again, we keep on hearing the stories of people who did not succeed. But I know for sure that this is a journey we have begun together, and the success of it will so much depend on our collaboration, your effort, our effort. And for me, I don't believe so much in giving the donors that they are the ones who want to see good results. No. I say I'm the first consumer of every report that the business is generating. Let me consume it first. Let me understand where I'm going right and what I need to do better, and then the rest will follow. We can actually only show out there what we are content and satisfied about. So thank you so much for sparing time. And as we commission, and we have commissioned you to go and do best, I think somebody had asked a question of why I said we should be number one. The MC did not give me a chance to speak to that. I just wanted to say I would want to replace the word number one, because there will always be number ones in the world in many things. But I would say win. If you want to win, then you have to decide where do you want to play and how do you want to play and who will be playing along with you and who has what you don't have, and who wants what you want to get. And then finally, how will success look like to you? And then you'll know whether you have won or lost. Because I know for sure we grew up being told wewe ni namba moja na mwingine sio namba moja. And we always would have people who cry because they were number two. That does not mean you want to cry. So I would say there will be many players, but our success will be defined first from our perspective. So may you go out, may you win, and again, we cannot wish away competition. There will be always be people competing for the same market, so it's up to us to decide how to celebrate our win and how winning will look like. So with hand in hand being your very, very able partner and facilitator, as I said, we facilitate and you execute your own dream, I would say your own roadmap. So we'll celebrate together. I hope that one day, as we call you back here to say who has, people will tell their stories and we would actually shed tears because of how they'll have narrated their stories of success. And even if you have not struck success as much, it is also feed for us because we also learn from those who have not succeeded, and therefore we design even better programs so that we can all win or get very close to what we call winning. May God bless you. And with that, I want to just say it's been great. We have launched, I know, and we'll continue, and let us walk this journey together. I also always want to ask that we utilize our toll-free number. There is a toll-free number for our organization. I wish that could also be projected so that people can write it down. So I know Darius and team, you can do that. Our toll-free number for the hand in hand. It's easier maybe to read it or to, so Darius will read it. Yes, because I'm sure you'll have something to say after I'm done. Use that number for communicating to us. It will cost you only time, not money, but it will actually earn us a lot of value together. God bless you. Asante sana. Maybe before I forget, sorry, our chief guest, I want to specifically thank you very much. I felt like your speech had all the components that we needed to have put forth, and actually we have a basis for a roadmap. It's like you read our minds and you actually summarized it as it should. So we are watching your space. Thank you. God bless. I've been requested to change from CEO to the pastor. So kindly stand, we pray. Almighty God, we are very grateful for this day and this moment. As we reflect on the many things that we have wanted to start and we have started today, and as we promise that we'll walk this path in faith and in confidence, because we know that God, from wherever you are in heaven, you watch over us and you reward our best intentions and our most diligent efforts. May this all of us succeed. May we all of us see the success we desire. And now we are about to go and enjoy a meal together. We pray that you bless it as we receive it, as you also remember our compatriots and many other people in other places also desiring to have a plate on their table. May they find it as we also become the agents of plenty in this country and beyond. In the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will allow this table to first leave. Irene will be guiding us where we will be going to settle after this. So we really appreciate. Thank you so much. Let us appreciate them as they leave. Yes, asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Irene will guide us on how and where we will settle after this. Now, I want to read the toll-free number. This one you are charged for free. This one you call and it is free. So it is 08, not 07, but 08. 0800 721 347. Again, 0800 721 347. You can call that number anytime. It's free of charge. You will always get a response from the office of the CEO hand in hand. Asanteni sana. I want to appreciate all of you. We can be upstanding. Who has the meal cards? Who has the meal cards? Yes, I think we can pick the meal cards as we exit on that door, because you'll be asked to pick them as you serve your food. I think the cafeteria is on the other side. So Eric is